Alright, welcome back to another Assassin's Creed 3 stream. Today with a continuation of Sequence 5 and yeah, really of like the start of like the open world exploration where lots of side content is gonna be unlocked, and we're definitely gonna be focusing a bit more on that aspect as well, starting today. And yeah, today is really about the transitional period of Connor from being a teenager to becoming a young adult and an assassin as well. So yeah, let's head back into the homestead and then we're gonna talk to Achilles.
Welcome back.
You left me in Boston.
The training we've done here is all well and
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all well.
Experience is a better teacher by far.
What of my father?
Into the wind, I'm afraid.
We have to find him.
And we will, after the house has been repaired.
But he's out there plotting who knows what.
And what would you do when you found him? If you found him? You're a boy with a few months of training. He's a man full grown who spent decades honing his skills. If you're going to stand a chance against the Templars, you're going to need these. Go on before I change my mind.
I'm just gonna stand here and pretend like I'm not hearing it. Also, hey there, Killing Joe. Welcome in. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for the 3 months of resubbing as well. I really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy all the benefits that come with it, including the emotes, but you can also now use some of your rewards for free. Like some of the video bits by typing an exclamation mark wasted, for example. And yeah, thank you for asking. Definitely doing good. Looking forward to play more of AC3 and really get into like, you know, all of the side content, because I actually quite enjoyed with this game. Okay, I think it's time to help.
You, sir, please, help! He's going to die!
We're never a fan of AC3, to be honest. That's fair. So, what kind of like AC game would be your favorite? You like the game, just hated Connor, to be honest. Yeah, Connor's a very dividing character, I feel, in the community. There's definitely lots of dislike for him, especially after a character like Ezio, I guess. There's also, I guess, a lot of praise, I guess, for being like unique and a bit more different. But yeah, I think we can definitely all agree on that Connor can be quite stubborn and definitely a bit naive, I guess. But yeah, I think there's reason for that to be the case, you know. So for me, it kind of like all makes sense, but that doesn't of course change the fact if you enjoy his character or if you don't. Yeah, the Ezio trilogy is definitely amazing. Like both games back to back. That animation. Now he's going back like, I don't even care anymore. That goes back to asking for help. And yeah, having Embers as an animated short movie to finish it off with, I think was great because you had both the departure of like a really, you know, famous and well-liked character, which kind of like felt like an, you know, really good finish for him, but also introduced a new character with Xiao Yun in a potential new setting in China, which I quite liked as well. But ultimately, you know, Ezio still becomes a mentor once more. And also the fact that he couldn't really escape his life, you know, because of everything he's done. He's just way too high profile. I do like that he found peace in his last moments, I guess. Seeing that he also lived that other life and actually had a family.
You, sir, please, help! He's going to die!
Who?
There's no time! Please, come! Down there! He's just passed under the bridge!
Okay, so we can't touch the water.
Someone! Help! Help me! Please!
That is until we get close enough to him. Trigger like a cutscene.
Someone! Help! Someone! Help! Help me! Please! Someone! Help! Someone!
What this knobbend is trying to say is he's forever in your debt, sir.
Who are you calling? A knob end?
You, because you are one.
What were you doing on those logs?
One of the dangers of lumbering. We've got the camp set up a few rods off of here as we're cutting timber. We're hoping to open a mill in the area.
There's a good place not far from the manor on the hill where I'm staying.
I like you already. We'll have a look.
Man, I just love the Homestead and how it all starts, you know. You really like building a place and giving like a home to so many people. And then unlocking like more storylines with
We'll
him.
miss the peace and quiet, but we can certainly use the wood.
The manor needs a lot of work.
That and other things. Meet me at the small shack by the shoreline when you have time. There's something else you need to see.
What is it?
An asset.
There's another Homestead mission. So another folk we could give a place to live. And kind of like give us a unique bonus for the Homestead. Being like a different kind of like, having like a different profession. Like this one is Lance the woodworker, I believe. Well, a little annoyed they never really followed it up with Cha Yun. Yeah, it would have been great to have like a full-blown 3D game like we had before. Could have even made it like in terms of like how we did it with Liberation, in terms of like size and not being like a major release, I guess. I mean, at least we have the Chronicles game, I guess, so we have a game with her. But obviously, those games don't really have that much time to tell a story. So it would have been great to have like more with her. Especially considering her importance for the Chinese Brotherhood. Becoming a mentor herself. I'm actually quite intrigued for Mirage. Here there's definitely an opportunity. But yeah. I guess you just gotta see some actual gameplay first, because so far we've only had lots of talk. So we haven't unlocked the Encyclopedia of the Common Man yet, because that will actually unlock the opportunity to observe homesteaders with what they're doing. And if you observe enough activities that are unique, then you unlock like a secret database entry. So I do want to try to trigger all of those if I can. Would also try to start hunting. Now, the hunting map isn't really part of like my requirement to finish a playthrough, but still something I want to do on occasion, you know. And hunting never hurts as well, because it's actually a really good way to get money early on, once you unlock the ability to use the trading system. So now it says raccoon discovered in Davenport. Which means if you now have a look at the map, you go for hunting, that looks one of a couple of different animals. And yeah, finding or at least hunting each type of them once will unlock the entire hunting map.
Say these are myths, but I have them. Captain Kidd has a secret to be sure. Just get me a ship, and a crew, and we'll find out what it was he held so dear. I met him once, that captain. He was 7 feet tall if he was an inch. I tell ya, legs like tree trunks and a smithy's arms. Almost broke my hand shaking, it'll know. I could feel it then when I met him. No weapon made by man could harm him.
Killinger, you know, it's set like 12 years after Valhalla, so maybe we will see Harun al-Rashid's 2 sons fight over Baghdad and start destroying the city because of their fighting. Interesting. So where did you read about that? Because from what I understand, Mirage is set before Valhalla, kind of like as a prequel story to Basim coming to England, and kind of like the way he became an assassin, I guess, and then all the events leading up to him eventually, like, I guess, I'm not sure if you have played Valhalla, but the whole like Loki storyline, and I guess the reason he came to Norway and then England, I guess. So as far as I understood it, it's kind of like a prequel story to Valhalla, and set a couple of years before that. And hey there, Mr. Goody, welcome in. How's it going?
Right position, gerecht.
Set in 861, I gotcha. Or maybe there was a typo or something. It's want to make clear that it's probably not set after Valhalla, I guess. But yeah, that aligns historically with what you just talked about, then that would definitely be interesting. To see like a city at war. Wouldn't be the first time we see that. I gotcha. I guess it could be kind of like similar, to be honest, to, for example, Revelations, you know, where we also had like the dispute about who could get the crown, I guess. Be like a similar type of storyline, I guess. The shanties wo? So fun fact, but the guy who's currently singing the shanties inside this house, who will also become kind of like our, I guess, shipmaster. He's actually the same actor who plays Gibbs in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like the first mate to Captain Sparrow. It's kind of cool, kind of like has a similar role in this game. And it's kind of cool as well because it's yet another reference to Pirates of the Caribbean, having connection to AC, because the composer for the soundtrack of this game, Lorne Bauth, he was actually the student from Hans Zimmer, who essentially composed all of the soundtracks for Pirates of the Caribbean. You can definitely tell with the Nevo soundtrack that it's like heavily inspired. And it's probably also like an homage in a way, from like a student to his teacher. Too much power corrupts too many people? Yeah. Yeah, that's essentially what AC is about as well, isn't it? But the power should be divided.
Go away!
Said go away, boy! Do you not speak the King's English? Oh, I didn't see you there, old man. I'd have set my home in order if I'd known you'd be calling.
The boy's name is Connor. He's here to restore the property.
Restore? Restore? Pardon my manners. She's still the fastest in the Atlantic. Sure, she needs some attention. Minor things mostly, but with a little affection, she'll fly again.
Who is she?
Who is she? Why, the Aquila boy, the ghost of the North Seas.
The boat.
A boat? She's a ship boy, and make no mistake about it. I thought you brought him here to restore order. I reckon he's the greenest thing on the frontier.
Connor, meet me back at the manor when you've finished here.
You said it requires repairs. You able?
She does need work. A ship is a she, boy. And yes, I can refit her, but I'm lacking in the proper supplies. Some quality timber would help me get started.
I can see to that. How long before she is able to sail again?
Just get me the lumber, boy. I'll raise a crew.
Robert Faulkner is probably the most storied member of the Assassin's Navy, though he was never formally named to a position above first mate. Robert Faulkner was the fourth generation of his family to be a seaman. I'm glad I didn't say that out loud, but the first in his family to be recruited to work for the Assassins. He started off in the Royal Navy, but finding his career stalled partly due to his inability to purchase commissions, he left to work for the United Company of Merchants. In 1753, Faulkner disappears from the historical record, presumed dead, but that's because he joined the Assassins as first mate of a flagship, the Aquila. Faulkner was much sought after as a mariner. Recruiting him was quite a coup for the Brotherhood. He had a reputation for having a disciplined crew and an almost uncanny knack for avoiding trouble, not to mention predicting the weather. Whether through years of experience or some other more mysterious ability, because I totally believe in those, Faulkner would know when a storm or calm patch of a sea was coming in, and could use it to his advantage. Imagine that. A natural weatherman could accurately predict the weather. The world would never see his like again. Faulkner served on board of the Aquila until it was nearly destroyed in 1768, always deferring when asked to become the captain. He never gave his reasons why. However, his love for the ship was quite touching. He had it towed to its location near Boston, despite doubts that it would ever be seaworthy again. Faulkner could have gone back to the sea aboard another ship, but didn't. He stayed close to the ever deteriorating Aquila and took to drinking, which is where Connor found him. I wonder if that's maybe another ability that he has as like potentially having hybrid ESO DNA as well. You know, the ability to actually accurately predict the weather, or that just based on actual experience, you know. But yeah, it could definitely be that, you know, that's like part of his sixth sense or something. Or why also his family has been, you know, having such a heritage for seamen. That's like one of the abilities they have, you know. It definitely makes sense that it is like connected through family. Remember Kevin McNally in 1, Claudius playing as Castor? Maybe Faulkner had ESO heritage? Yeah, I do think that might be the case here. I mean, it's not fully confirmed, I don't think, but it's a nice like headcanon to have, I think. But it's definitely well founded. The Jägers. Hessians were German soldiers who were hired by the British to fight in the Revolutionary War. While Hessians technically referred to soldiers who were from the state of Hessen-Kassel, it came to be a blanket term for all the German mercenaries who fought in the Revolution. The imprecision is easy to understand, of course. When a troop of German soldiers lines up and starts firing at you in a war, Only the most misguided of geography nerds would stop to ask where they're from, so me then. Among the Hessian troops who were sent to fight in the American Revolution were at least 2 units referred to as Jägers. These were light infantry troops, known for being accurate marksmen. Accurate marksmen are very much the best sort of marksmen. The word Jäger also happens to be German for hunter, and early members of the Jäger troops were mainly comprised of the experienced foresters. Again, really accurate gunmen who are good at fighting in the woods is exactly the kind of soldier you would want for war in the American frontier. Unsurprisingly, this made Jägers the most feared and respected division of the Hessians. Yeah, makes sense I guess, because in Germany we have like lots of forests and stuff. And kind of like hunting was and still is having like a certain kind of like importance to some people. Jägermeister? Yeah. It's quite a popular drink as well, isn't it?
There you are. I've something to show you. Come, take a look.
What is it?
A ledger. It lets us manage the Homestead's dealings.
And these?
That was years ago. Before the slow fever, before the Templars, before everything collapsed. But that's all in the past. Better we focus on what's in front of us. Take up the ledger, and I'll teach you how it all works.
There we go. Stockpile allows you to purchase items from homesteaders and displays the items you currently own. Godfrey and Terry, the lumberjacks, have oak lumber available for purchase. The stockpile now contains oak lumber, but the lumberjacks are out of stock, but should produce more periodically. We can go to crafting here. We have a land convoy. Then we can assign the oak lumber here to this merchant. Make a profit of 65.
Time passed quickly after that. My days a blur of study, training, and work. What little free time Achilles allowed me was spent learning about the Templars, about Charles Lee and my father. I longed to confront them, to put an end to their schemes, to ensure my people would remain untroubled and free. But I knew it was too soon, that to approach them now would see me killed. All my work would be for nothing. Patience, restraint. These proved the most difficult subjects for me. But in time I mastered them as well. Days became months, months became years. And as my skills and knowledge grew, so too did I.
Definitely love this kind of like progression over time, you know. It's something I think more AC games, also from different studios, should embrace, kind of like really having like a story that's told across years, you know. Not just happening within 1 year or something. Especially Quebec likes to do that a lot with their games, you know, like with Odyssey. They say the entire main story is set in like 1 year. when you compare to like games like AC2 or even Brotherhood and Revelations, you know, which still take, which aren't even that long of a story with Brotherhood and Revelations technically, but they still take place over the course of multiple years. And you have like Odyssey, you know, being like such a long game and such long travel as well across like the entirety of Greece. And it's like, yeah, the Peloponnesian War was 1 year. But they've done the same thing with Syndicate, also saying it's like all set in the same year. Which I guess is just kind of like a way to not having to do that much historical research on like certain events or being like tied to when what should happen. Cannon Drew, it's very popular in the UK. Most people drink it with like Red Bull. Interesting. I've never had that combo before. Can't really imagine because I mean, as far as I know at least, in Germany it's more like they more drink it like a shot, I guess. And again, I'm not really into alcohol too much, so... Can I fast travel here? Because I gotta go ahead and actually defend the convoy. Yeah, so technically Odyssey would be across multiple years because there's also certain historical events.
Cabin, you're almost there. Over there.
There's certain events like some of the bigger battles featuring Brasidas that actually do have a historical record. But Quebec still kind of accept that they set the entire game in 431 BCE. And they never really name any kind of like other kind of like historical date or year after the introduction. So yeah. Looking at some events, it should take multiple years, but they're basically saying, yeah, it's not. Because Athens versus Sparta spent hundreds of years. Yeah, it was definitely a conflict that was like rekindled quite often. Legacy of First Blade is still multiple years, right? If you remember correctly. Yeah, for Legacy of First Blade, it is set in a different year. I was mainly referring to the main story. But yeah, the DLCs do take place in different years, though I'm not sure if the developer has still actually talked about when that year is. But considering, you know, that you get like you have a chart and stuff, you know, there's probably at least a year that has passed, and probably even more, logically speaking. It's a bit of an issue, I guess, if they never really give you any dates or years in the game, though. Because that way you could also like really play the story much more in order of like how it historically should have happened. As said, because to travel by Dream a lot would take months to travel from island to island. Exactly, you know, like all the travels and then all the quests you can do. Like even just the main story, you know, like considering the things you have to do. Like creating the rebellion in Athens, for instance, you know, would take definitely weeks to months. And the travel time alone would take you multiple years, probably. At least at that time. If you also like explore each, you know, island the way that Cassandra did. Okay, I should really go ahead and save my convoy now. Nice. So if we wouldn't have defended the convoy there, then we would have lost all of it. And we would also have to craft another convoy as like a replacement. If you were the last guy, you would have run, seeing all your bodies taken down. It's always funny, like that logic when there's like one survivor and he's like still super convinced to take you on after seeing hundreds of other guards being killed or something. I could actually go back to the village and talk to my people. That's something I definitely want to be doing because all the optional conversations add quite a bit to the story. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to check off this Frontiersmen mission and do a couple of viewpoints that are on the way to the village. Something weird is happening with the horse. It's like walking to the side automatically. Don't know why. I guess that's a bug in connection to the convoy because there are quite a few, as you can see. Like suddenly spawning carriages or them being invisible. And hey Verot, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude, and welcome in raiders. I hope you had a good rest of the stream today with Tomb Raider. How was the rest of it? Yeah, welcome into some AC3. Just getting started for today, and yeah, currently working on kind of like that transitional period from teenage Connor to a young adult Connor. And focusing a bit more on the Homestead, of course. Ava Ishimura, welcome in.
He was 8 months in the Kentucky frontier trapping and skinning elk. well along my third bale when they came upon us. No less than a dozen Shawnee hunters had us surrounded at the point of musket and arrow. My bush partner froze up stiff. The fear chilled me the same, but I managed to muster what little Shawnee I was knowing. The leader spoke too quick, but I gathered we was poaching, having crossed into their territory a month or so hence. Their musket barrels stared us down, the heads of their arrows smiling sharp at our backs. I bumbled a proposition and busted Shawnee. Our full piece, my 3 bales, and my partner's 2 less a half, in exchange for us quitting the Shawnee bush on our own legs. Leader nods to his boys. They load up our take and start back into the trees. The honcho stays a spell longer, just staring right through us with his 2 black eyes. And then he was gone. We picked up, set back east the way we came. Months of profit lost, but our own hides intact. Never saw the Shawnee again, but I know they was following us. I could feel their eyes on our backs, clear to North Carolina.
That's right, Ishimura. The thought counts. But yeah, hope everyone is doing well. And Rotter was good. You did some backtracking to get areas done to 100%. And ended the stream at the point you're currently up to in the story. Very nice. That's very good progress so far. And definitely a good way to kind of like go back and take care of it now. Instead of like having to do all of it at the end of the playthrough, I guess. Killinger, you had to look up when sterling pound was created. Never thought the currency was that old. 1694. Damn. Yeah, that's definitely older than I would have expected as well. And yeah, AC3 is going definitely quite well so far. Definitely been looking forward to kind of like get back into the Homestead missions, you know, and unlocking kind of like the stories there. But really getting started with like, you know, the actual game and like the open world exploration. Because before Sequence 6, that's very limited, of course. So it's good to get to that point where you can really take care of like more of a variety of different activities. Danny Boone was an excellent explorer and hunter with a knack for talking himself out of trouble. I imagine he and his friends will have some fascinating stories to tell. I wouldn't mind hearing them from the primary source myself. Later authors were known for adding ridiculous embellishments, like the one about Boone killing a bear with his bare hands, or swinging through the forest on vines, or the one where he modified a silver sports car to travel back in time and ended up kissing his mum, though that might have been something else. Boone and his friends travel all over the frontier, so they will be able to tell you if there is any news you should know about. You haven't done the Danny Boone missions for a very long time. In another playthrough you should do them again. Yeah, I do think they're quite fun, you know. Kind of like how they're thinking there's like magic happening or something mysterious, and then it turns out to be like a simple, you know, kind of like umbrella instead of like a UFO. Gee, Sean, you might have to go back and figure out what reference it is so you can understand in the future. You could say you have to go back to the future. The New England Hunting Society. This club was founded in 1770 by several trappers who earned their living in the area, including Simon Girty. The idea was to have cabins that would be a safe haven and warm place to rest for colonists who spent the season trapping in this part of the frontier. According to the records, as many as 24 hunters used the buildings at any one time. Although it originally started out as just a shared cabin space, it quickly evolved into a more formalized society. Human nature being what it is, hunters would brag about their kills around the fire and exaggerate. After the several broughts over who could claim the title of the mightiest hunter, society members agreed to start logging their kills in writing. Or why they thought this would prevent people from lying is beyond me. It didn't. Sad, really. By the way, yesterday I caught a Velociraptor. I believe you, Sean. No worries, Rod. We will catch you when you get back. I guess I have to melee fight these guys so we don't damage the actual pelt here. Can't really climb up here though. I just go melee. Okay, that's actually the continuation for the mission here. Okay. Connor says, I happened across an encampment belonging to the two adventurers. The scene was grisly. My thoughts were of a highwaymen or war parties. But as I searched the area, the truth of their fates came clear. A fight broke out between them, vicious one of the men drawing a blade and stabbing the other. Then he set out for home. But he received justice of a kind before long, as he was attacked and killed by a wolf. Big ouch, for sure. Also get the viewpoint over here. Well then, let's head back to the Frontiersmen there. Damn, the Cougar. Over hier. Oder Is that a bobcat? Yeah, it's a bobcat actually. Wow. The bobcat disappeared in the ground. But I can still skin it, apparently. Danny Boone was a hunter and a trapper who through skill and luck went on to become a near-mythic figure in stories about the American frontier. Boone was born in Pennsylvania but moved with his family to North Carolina in 1752. He traveled to the frontier frequently on hunting and trapping expeditions, across modern-day North Carolina, Florida, and into Kentucky. The list goes on, but I stop it there because it's just a list of places and that can be quite tedious. Boone is sometimes credited with discovering Kentucky, which is ridiculous as I'm fairly sure someone else must have seen it once. But he did have a major role in its colonization by Europeans. In 1773, Boone headed for the interior of Kentucky with a group of settlers, with the intention of starting a town. Now the Kentucky interior had technically been ceded to the British after the Treaty of Stanwix, but not all of the indigenous residents agreed with the treaty or the incursions onto their traditional lands. Boone's group hadn't gone far when the party was attacked. Boone's son was captured and tortured to death, and the colonists left. However, Boone went back in 1775 when he was hired by the Transylvania Company to blaze a trail to the interior, known as the Wilderness Trail. Boone settled in the area, founding the town of Boonesborough, Arrogant, which he later helped to save from attack by Shawnee warriors in the opening years of the Revolution. Boone was made famous in his later years not so much by his adventures, though he had many which I'm sure he would tell you about, but by books written about his life, some of which contained, let's just call them historical inaccuracies. The one where he wrestled a 60-foot man-fish springs to mind. In reality, Boone wasn't one to embellish his experiences, which may be why people felt the need to do it for him. And the head of the company was Dracula. I have no idea who you're talking about. But yeah, quite funny how those stories have been exaggerated over time.
It stands upright as a man, but its whole body is covered in a thick pelt. Its gait is slow and lurching. I've seen it with my own two eyes. It's clever. Always at a distance, or with something between us, like it knows where I'm gonna be before I get there. Things go missing where it goes, that much is certain. All manner of trinket. It took a man's prize buck antlers clear off his cabin wall. Takes kills out of traps too, wrenching him open with his big mitts. Somebody should find it and bring back its head for the whole world to see.
Well then, I guess we have to find the Sasquatch. I'm sure it must be somewhere. And it's real, of course, and not imaginary. Damn, there's a lot of bobcats here. I want to find a way to climb up here. A bit tricky though. Let's have a look over there. Okay, let's go back to the village here because there's some interactive conversations here we can catch up on. Oh boy. For some reason I thought there would be a haystack down there. Apparently not. Oh, that was the end of Connor's story. Thank you for joining in.
Radun hagedu, skanoruk stiguyanderes.
Sagada derivasta ziata zahayo snorted the wageno. The wagemian haram ziwagada westun haje.
Washetari got dinahoda zezax.
Zozio snore ayako deriandaratne, nextit kayana yeri wakatahidake.
Ona ya the gayeri nizaderanu.
Nextia dangayeri gega.
Ise cock on wadu and dosa de deri what seraguase.
Where's the haystack? Yeah, I have a feeling there wasn't a haystack, or maybe I just jumped in the wrong direction. But hey, it was one way to get down, I guess.
Jogu de guhunkara always negan or radun hagedu. I am was your snore down dasanadara.
Can also talk to Ganon Dokon.
Radun hagedum. Ugatsanuni dizana dahlena.
Oniotun haje.
Yo serio. Mungwahetio ze. Za is a radi on a gone or di there dano segun yahda what their huts there is.
Wakatanuni dine e wakeri waruke.
Oknize, okniot tu hajet at the dego.
Yung gewian harata na yung kiswas. Nekti jo zeruna to hajene raw di sat stasera. Ayawas yo snore era awet dene raw di sat stasera ne on juhunzage.
Kunak taragwani di dizanak dene kanu sesne. Dizanak da yandege nona so da we nanda ne dam da sahta ondi. Nona oyin skaho er da dun hagedum. Amzu jo dasera.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think they added all of these optional conversations that you can listen to if you want. You know, it's like not like forced on the player, but it's like a nice way to get extra lore and story, you know. And what's great about this is kind of like the progression of these dialogues, because at this point, Gun and Dokon really isn't too concerned, you know, like not the way that Connor is about the future. The forest is still undisturbed, you know, they had like a good couple of years. And everything's looking alright, you know, but doesn't realize the extent what the colonization will become. And Connor, of course, also having seen the vision by Juno, you know, he's like even more concerned now than he's ever been before. Which is why he can't stay here and has to do something. But then later, you know, Ganon Dokon does realize that's the case, and he becomes a bit desperate in trying to prevent that. And doesn't trust in what Connor is doing anymore either. So I think that progression is kind of like a bit heartbreaking, to be honest. But also how the Kaninkaka Mohawk people are getting used from either side of the conflict. So we should be in sequence 6 now, right? Or is this sequence 5? Yeah, there's still one more main story here in sequence 5. Okay. Well then, in that case, let's head back to the homestead. And then we can also recruit the next homesteader as well.
Let's see if our man can fly.
What in God's name is going on around here?
Wanna see if there's like more dialogue here before I enter conflict. I guess he's just hanging out now. Fair enough.
Anyone! Please!
No purpose here, lad. No mulling about here, mate. You've no purpose here, lad. You've no purpose here, lad. No mulling about here, mate. You've no purpose here, lad. No mulling about here, mate. Get your sorry ass away from you.
Someone!
With no purpose he made?
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you all right?
I think so. Didn't do much to me aside from a good scare. Blackguards.
What did they want with you?
My purse, which was meager, and they decided to punish me for their trouble. Silly, really. My tools and equipment were worth a king's share to the right man. In any case, I had best get on my way. It's a long walk to the nearest inn. I thank you again for your kindness.
Have you no home?
Oh, well, I was a proud resident of Boston until recently, but I'm not a supporter of His Majesty, and, well, I was forced out of my woodshop and home by loyalists.
There are plenty around here who could use the services of a skilled craftsman if you were looking for somewhere to settle.
Is that right? I may look into that.
And there we go. We now have a woodworker lance added to the homestead. Which is perfect because now we have lumberjacks and a woodworker, which should work quite well together. Which means now we can create stuff like barrels, for instance, you know, or even convoys we might be able to craft now as well. It was great to get more time seeing Connor with Gun and Dokon. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it was really nice seeing that progression also with their relationship, I guess, and really understanding a bit better where they both came from and why they ended up where they did, I guess. Hey there, Grace, welcome in. Good morning. I hope it's a good one.
You must be Connor. We've been raring to finally meet you. My name's Catherine, and this is Diana. We're the wives of those two blockheads who cut trees.
Nice to meet you. We've heard so much of you from the boys. Glad to finally put a face to the name.
The pleasure is mine.
We were just discussing how nice this bit of territory is, on a river with nobody upstream. I won't lie, Godfrey's letter had me a little worried, but now that we're here and settled, I must say I'm rather happy.
They had us on this plot north of Champlain that was a tangle of rock and bramble. Ugh, horrible place. It's a real treat to be able to walk up the hill and take in the ocean.
Your husbands must keep you busy.
Nothing we can't handle, Connor. The boys think they run the show, but the real bosses are right in front of you.
I do not doubt it.
Me neither. That's for sure. Okay then. I guess we could now go and finish sequence 5 with the next main story here. But let's actually go over there and get the Peg-leg trinket and this one too. It's kind of on the way, I guess. I do want to collect all of the Peg-leg trinkets because they unlock the kind of like tomb-like missions. Which are really unique and very fun to play. Connected to Captain Kidd and his secret treasure, which actually turns out to be an actual piece of Eden. But that's working a bit differently than, for example, the apple. Because instead of like, you know, having like mind controlling effects or something, it can kind of have like an anti-magnetic effect. So for instance, if you would carry the ring, which is based on this piece of Eden, then any bullets trying to hit you would be kind of like deflected. Which which means once you get that piece of Eden at the end of the Pack-Leg missions, you have the ability to dodge bullets, pretty much. And they used the same technology for the armor that you can get in Black Flag through the Maya Steelies, which is also connected to the first civilization. I wonder if jumping down here would actually kill me if I land on the rock. Okay, dodged it. Gotta do it for science. Can't climb up here. Interesting. Really thought I could. Kind of funny how it can confuse the AI with doing this. I was kind of hoping I could air assassinate from here at some point, but they seem to always run away and dodge. But you can stop like conflict with the wolves if you just keep on like running up the tree. But if you're still close to them, they will of course still try to take you eventually. It's always funny how AI works sometimes, you know. Come over here. Oh, he just jumped through the tree to attack me. Seems legit. There you go. Yakila fully repaired. Kinda crazy how, you know, Faulkner kind of like organized that so quickly. A hard way. Seltomath is vineyard to equip the Aquila with cannon. Officers must also be hired to command the new guns. Do you want to start this naval mission? Yes.
Come aboard and feast your eyes, boy. No, not the left foot. Never the left foot. Horrible look. Step with your right foot first.
She is solid?
Aye. Weatherly and sleek. She'll fetch 12 knots in a stiff gale. Ne'er a ship from here to Singapore can outrun her on her best day. What do you say we take her out and show you what she can do firsthand?
Where would we go?
As it happens, she still needs guns and the officers to command them. We'll launch straight away. Don't worry, lad. I'll make sure you sprout good sea legs. Haul in the mainsail! Get up the rigging! Hand over fist! Come on, men! Let's get her out where she needs to be!
That's definitely fair, Grace. I know what that feels like. Early in the morning.
Come on, lad. No time like the present. Double time, boy. It's time you learned. Take the helm. Come on, lad. No time like the present.
Sorry, my dog was just going crazy because there was a bird on the balcony.
Take the helm.
Had to calm her real quick here. Yeah, she was like super chill right next to my feet, and then all of a sudden there was like a bird on the balcony and she was like, I have to go there super quick. Kinda proud of her that she didn't like actual like do some bad barking immediately.
Come on, lad. No time like the present.
Also kind of like trying to teach her not to bark immediately at everything that's happening on the balcony.
Double time, boy. It's time you learn.
And hey there, Afro. Welcome in. Yeah, I think it's time we take the wheel. Or is it? Nah, it's time to enjoy the view, right?
Come on, lad. No time like the present. Come on. She won't bite.
Half sail!
Ha! The killer flies again. Do you feel it, lad? Set a course for Martha's Vineyard. We'll find our guns and officers there. She's a nimble vessel, but the faster she goes, the more cumbersome she grows. And the firmer your hand needs to be. Enjoy this stretch of open water before we come upon those shallows. Call for full sail if you like. Try her at full sail. Wind looks to be shifting. Stay alert, Connor. Gusty winds can be difficult to manage.
Yeah, definitely, Grace. It's definitely one of those moments where instinct is just winning over. Which is definitely a thing with her very often. Yeah, definitely can't blame the doggo, you know, for having kind of like a very strong hunting instinct.
Careful not to run up on them. The sandbars will slow us down, but the rocks will put a hole through a hull. And if you want to make a quick tack, call for half sail. She's more maneuverable then.
Used to have one when you were a kid. Crazy little shit, that dog. Yeah, they do have lots of personality, that's for sure. But they can also be really funny and like super like loyal as well.
Mind those other vessels! Hold your tack to keep you right of way!
They can definitely give you back a lot of love, that's for sure. but also give you back a lot of attitude. That as well.
Come on, man.
I just need it.
This is the lamb
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, chef.
Lamb sauce is coming up.
Favorite sea shanty? A lamb sauce remix. It is a classic. It has endured through the ages.
Cottages! We're close!
Love the audio design in this mission actually, you know, hearing all the ambient sounds from like other ships, the music they listen to, you know, dialogues they're having. But you can already hear like the church, you know, from Martha's Vineyard as well. Traveling across the water.
We'll go ashore, buy our guns, and find our officers. Oh, hello, Miss Mandy. You're looking every bit as ravishing as I remember.
After all these years, you sail all the way to the vineyard to pay me compliments?
We are looking for David and Richard Clutterbuck.
Nice to see you, too.
Robert Faulkner. Where the hell you been?
Sorry for leaving like I did, lads, but where I was going, no one could know. You two working much?
No. Between contracts at the moment.
Well, we're looking for gunnery officers. What would you two say to working with me again?
We'd be for getting into a few more scraps.
Good show. The Aquila is a fine vessel. We're fitting all the guns as we speak.
Looks like your friend's about to catch a beating.
Where is Charles Lee?
I don't much care for your tone, boy.
Hey, you don't want to be doing that, Biddle.
Bobby Faulkner turned to wet nursing. It's good you finally realize you're a shite sailor.
Whoa, 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 not in here, gentlemen. Better still, not at all. Bobby, take your friends and get out!
Let's go, boys. Our guns ought to be ready. Come on.
Where's Charles Lee? That reminded me I have to re-enable the sound bits, I believe. Yeah, let me take care of that real quick here actually.
Where is Charles Lee?
Where are you, Charles?
They will lead me to Lee.
Perfect. Okay. That takes care of that. Okay. We have David and Richard Clutterbuck. They were gunners in the Merchant Navy starting in the mid-80th century. According to their reputation, these two aren't averse to a friendly fistfight over pretty much anything, so if you're talking to them, try not to mix up their names. David is the older brother, Richard the younger. Oh, and definitely don't try and be funny with a surname. The Clutterbucks were a Dutch family who moved to London when David and Richard were young. The father was a dock worker, and so the two brothers grew up near and in the dockyards, running errands to pass the time and earn extra cash. They showed an early aptitude and affinity, if you will, for fighting. The two brothers joined the crew with Robert Faulkner on board of the Stalwart in 1750, and working with him until he disappeared in 1753. Unlike many who go to sea in search of adventure and treasure, the Clutterbucks' motivation was somewhat different: guns. They grew up hearing the stories of the sea, but it wasn't until they overheard a gunner talking about the power of his cannon that they decided the sailor's life was for them. The sailor wasn't in fact talking about an actual cannon, but the impressionable lads missed it. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm saying he was talking about another type of cannon, a different weapon altogether. I'm saying he was saying his cannon had power. I'm using speech marks to make it obvious. He had a powerful weapon. He wielded an enormous penis. Still don't get it? Oh well. The Clutterbucks spent years traveling on various merchant and privateer vessels, almost always hurrying on as a pair. They eventually settled semi-permanently in Martha's Vineyard, taking it as a place to rest between contracts before they would get tired of all the quiet and hire on to another crew. I will explain the joke again later. Amanda Bailey was a well-known and well-liked innkeeper in Martha's Vineyard around the time of the American Revolution. She was born in North Carolina in 1730, the oldest of a large family. Her mother died when she was 14, leaving young Amanda to work and help care for her younger brothers and sisters alone. Amanda first crossed paths with Robert Faulkner when she was a teenager. He was working for the United Company of Merchants. She was a barmaid, clearly a recipe for romance. They exchanged letters. I suppose it was the texting of its day, which stopped when Faulkner disappeared from Halifax to join the assassins. Sad face. Despite reports that Faulkner had fallen overboard and was dead, Amanda felt that he was still alive, somewhere, and after several years she went in search of him. Possibly so she could give him hell for abandoning her, but I'm speculating. She never found Faulkner and eventually settled in Martha's Vineyard, taking a job working in a local inn, which she later purchased. Amanda had a born talent for leadership and organization. She was responsible for setting up the first school in the area, not to mention advocating for improvements to the docks to bring in more business. Her inn was a hub for gossip during the Revolution, particularly if you wanted the latest in ship movements. It will probably come as no surprise to you that she was a spy for the Patriots, but that's only been publicly known since 1919, when a box of her personal correspondence was found, including some coded notes in Benjamin Talmadge's handwriting. Nicholas Biddle was an ambitious young sailor who became one of the first captains of the Continental Navy. Biddle joined the Royal Navy in 1770, I mean the British side, but when the American Revolution started he offered his services to the Continental Congress. So traitor then, but it's funny how you lot don't generally see it that way. Anyway, while he was only a midshipman for the British, Congress quickly gave him command of his own ship, the Franklin. In 1776 was offered an even better deal, command of a brand new ship named the Randolph. History is mute on the reasons behind Biddle's rise to prominence. However, I think I might be able to solve a mystery. We saw Church recruiting him when Connor stopped at Nantucket. Biddle eventually became a privateer for the Continental Congress, patrolling British shipping routes, harassing their ships and keeping the spoils from any he could capture. He had a reputation as an excellent captain. He divided the spoils evenly and never used corporal punishment against his crew. What a softie. Pitiful, really? Oh, I think you can see why that would be a job perk. Nicholas Biddle, his life was a riddle. When scared he would piddle. His favorite instrument was a fiddle. The finger we give him is the middle. Amazing. And I 100% agree.
hell was that about?
The older man is a Templar.
So I'm gonna let the schooner attack me here. No kidding, Mona. Der hieß a fast learner wo? Okay, come on, attack me. When is he gonna attack me, Wo? I feel like I still have a chance after this patrol is killed. To brace myself, so let's just advance here. He's not gonna attack me, then nothing I can do, I guess.
English frigate! Oh, BB Twattle's another one. Where in the bloody hell did she come from?
I should take care of the objective here. Indeed.
Carry on, sailor. Not bad for your first voyage, eh, boy?
Now we best be getting back, or the old man will have my guts for garters.
I got 'em! All of 'em! You get what I need, and I'll give 'em to you. Simple. You got a ship, could find 'em all to boot.
Who is that man?
Him? Some old salt always on about letters he's got from Captain Kidd. Nonsense, really, but he doesn't hurt no one, so I'll leave him be. Talk to him if you fancy, but be warned he'll chew your ear off. Anyway, the Aquila's here for you. If you should get a pang for the open sea, we'll be waiting. Now, I implore you to head up the hill before the old man comes out of retirement just for me.
3 weeks, and not even a goodbye before you left.
Sorry.
Well, what are you waiting for? Put them on. Once upon a time, we had a ceremony on such occasions. But I don't think either of us are really the type for that. You've your tools and training, your targets and goals. And now you have your title. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Connor.
And that's the end of Sequence 5.
Welcome back, Desmond. You'll be happy to hear there's actually good news for once.
Yeah?
I've managed to locate a power source, and it's relatively close by. Up for a trip to Manhattan?
Is it safe to leave? Abstergo's gotta be looking for us.
Obviously it's not safe. Can't exactly sit around here hoping to get lucky, though, can we? We need that power source. Besides, I'm sure you can cook up some way to hide our movements.
Maybe. The Templars have access to all kinds of satellites and camera systems. We'll need to find a way to mask our digital signature. I can probably camouflage the van, too. But there's not much I can do for us.
That's an easy one.
Local utility companies have assured the public that they're completely prepared for the upcoming solar maximum. Disruptions to service are expected to be minimal.
If only they knew.
What's this?
A remote-operated camera. It'll provide us with a feed while you're on mission. This will let us talk to each other.
We're almost there, so listen up. The artifact is in an office penthouse in Lower Manhattan. At this time of night, direct infiltration is going to get you noticed. I think we're better off having you drop in from above.
What do you mean, above?
Face on Desmond Wolf. It's like, seriously? But I'm afraid of heights.
Can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep, read you just fine. Now why don't you power up the camera? I've got pictures. Running diagnostics. Perfect. I've got a nice, strong signal.
Oh, I guess it could be stronger, but it could also be a lot worse. Like grandfather, like grandson, Rod. Yeah. I think Edward would be very proud of his grandson. So the plan of hiding is to have the stuff I normally would. Exactly, Hitpix. It's all about hiding in plain sight, you know? Welcome in, and also welcome in, Busted. Yeah, the strongest of signals. Yeah, no kidding, Grace. Can we see the weak one again? I always love the modern day missions in this game. You know, actually going out there and doing things as Desmond, you know, with the skills he's learned over the course of the Ezio and Altair games.
Ben here. Now I have a way back up in
Seriously,
case I
Sean?
fall.
Fuck you.
Yeah, not sure if you have a way back up in case you fall here, to be honest. Looking at the distance here. Oh, I mean, at least we have the parachute, I guess. So you have a way safe down in case we fall. Ben, and now I have a way not to die in case I fall. That will be the accurate translation here into Desmond's time.
Look on the bright side. No security to worry about.
And on the not so bright side, the slightest misstep means you're effectively paced.
Shut up, Sean.
Yeah, that's not helping, Sean. Just saying.
Almost there, Desmond. Once you reach the top of the lit-up crane, you should be high enough to make the jump.
Should?
It'll be fine, don't worry.
Well, you might want to worry a little. I'm pretty sure she was high when she was running the numbers.
Sean!
A joke. It was a joke. Or was it?
Now that's a modern day viewpoint here.
Jump when you're ready, but wait for my signal to open the chute. Timing's really important here. Too soon or too late, and you'll miss the building.
Man, like imagine actually having like a full-blown modern day game, you know? Having like viewpoints like these. You could still have like leap of faith, you know, where you eventually like use like a parachute or something like that to save yourself.
Now! Open your chute, now!
We do, it's called Miles Morales. It's funny that you say that because I also had to think of Spider-Man just now being in Manhattan again with the environments of like the skyscrapers and stuff.
That wasn't so bad.
So, you must be Desmond. Not exactly what I expected, but I guess your kind doesn't have many options these days.
Who are you?
Ask your father. Now give me that.
I don't think so.
Look, I'm not supposed to kill you, but the boss man didn't say anything about fucking you up. So you've got to the counter.
So who the hell is Daniel Cross?
Believe it or not, he used to be an assassin. The assassin, the way I've heard it told, but it turned out he was a sleeper agent for Abstergo, programmed to infiltrate and destroy the organization.
How did he know you were there? We could be compromised.
They must have caught me snooping inside their network and sent Cross to see what we were after. If they were aware of our current location, we'd know. Though, I will say this. It doesn't bode very well for future expeditions.
I've set up some cameras topside. If anyone shows up, we'll see it.
I'd suggest you go see about finding a socket for that power source. Or we can return to Connor if you prefer. All the artifacts in the world won't mean a thing without the key.
Grace gets viewpoint. Why can I still not see anything? Damn buildings. Yeah, it's like, okay, I'm all the way up here now, but everything is blocking my sight. I guess at that point you might as well just go on Google Maps and synchronize your map with that or something. All of the bad guys always talking shit instead of just shooting first. Horrible bad guy. Yeah. They never learn, either. Okay, let's have a look at the emails here. There should be some new ones. Rebecca says, Sean's really getting on my nerves. You would think with everything that's going on, the guy would stop being such a douche. Maybe he thinks it's funny, or maybe it's part of his snarky British charm. Or maybe it's how he deals with his stress. Whatever it is, it's getting old real fast. We've got enough to worry about, you know. End of the world and everything. You would think he'd show a little restraint or maturity or something. Sorry. Not like you need to hear me venting. You've got enough on your plate. Please don't say anything to him. William Miles, disappointed. In case you haven't noticed, we're knee-deep in the shit here. I understand that this might not be the idea of a good time. It isn't anyone's idea of a good time. Picking fights isn't going to get our work finished any faster. So I suggest you'd stick to the mission. The sooner we're through the door, the sooner we can get back to our lives. Or in your case, the lack of one. Dead. Yeah, he can be quite the asshole sometimes. Sean Hastings, your father. William's not the most diplomatic man, I give you that, but he cares about you very much. When you were under during the whole bit with 16, he never left your side. He even slept in the same room when we put down for the night. Anyway, don't mean to be a busybody, just didn't want you to stay sore with him. Not too sore anyway. The man means well, even if he's got an odd way of showing it. And I mean, I guess that's true. You know, he does care a lot about Desmond. He just is very harsh and very strict in the way that he raised Desmond, I guess, and is still treating him. But yeah, it's also well found, I guess, you know, because they're literally on the verge of extinction, you know, and we need to kind of like try to prevent that in the few days we have left, so it's understandable he's a bit on edge, I guess, given the stakes. The man means well, even if he's toxic and abusive. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation, I guess. Sean Hastings, new database entries. Just a quick heads up that I've pushed in a new batch of entries focused on the Kahaka. In order to ensure accuracy, I actually turned out to a friend on the outside. Don't worry, he thinks it's for a presentation, so we're in no danger of being discovered. You find a new section under the database labeled, surprise surprise, Kahaka. It has information on their political and social structures, as well as some notes about their material culture. John also says regarding Connor's piece of Eden. Interesting. The spell used by Connor during his spirit journey is clearly first civilization origin. It appears to function as some sort of temporal calculator. It's essentially a crystal ball, but one that actually works. This can't be coincidental, which begs the question, are there others out there? Then we have a message from Unknown, with kind of like a diffuse, chaotic message, until we have a hello. And this is Juno's first attempt to communicate with us through the Grey, essentially, through the electronical networks. And similar to Play, Bravo trying to kind of like understand his conscience within the Grey, Juno is kind of like undergoing that same process here of trying to communicate with Desmond. Then we have another binary code here, which I'm not sure what it translates to. Could be Juno, I guess. It works. I should be hardly surprised electrical impulses move from one pathway to another. You call them networks. Our word for them was more akin to road. It is yet difficult to project a thought from one medium to another, and yet it works, it works, it works, it works. So this is kind of like Juno saying that she has actually succeeded in, connecting to us through the Grey, through the network. Sean Hastings, Hatham's Blades. I've been doing some digging on Hatham's Blades, still not 100% sure where they came from. My initial instinct was he started out as an assassin. I believe his father was one, in fact, but it appears he was a Templar from pretty early on. Maybe he took them from someone. It's happened before, and they're quite handy. I'm surprised more Templars haven't put them to use. Pretty easy to build a pair if you know what you're doing. Another message from Juno, improvements. I found a way to better control the impulses to formulate a thought and transmit it. To add a sense of structure, a sense of order. You fear order, you're kind, the gentle hand tends the flock. It is a kindness, not a cruelty. I wonder, will you ever understand? Your enemies do, in their own way, but they share your base heritage. The concept is flawed. They are not worthy. You have all proved unworthy of our gifts. So in this case, she's talking about the Templars and how the Templars have kind of like understand the word and order that Juno is also in favor of. Only that Juno thinks that the Templars are putting themselves on the same pedestal that the first civilization is standing on, you know. That they want to kind of like rule over humanity. And Juno is essentially saying that because they are humans themselves, they have no right to do so. And it's only up to the first Civ people, the Isu, to have them, you know, as like the superior people. The ones that should uphold order and structure. And essentially, you know, it all comes down to enslavement of humanity that Juno is in favor of. Sean Hastings, Juno. Looks like Juno's really taking a shine to you. I suggest you don't engage her. There isn't time to go down that rabbit hole. It's sure to prove a badger's den besides. This whole experience is, actually. That final door, salvation was it? But for us, who knows? Here we sit, working towards something we know next to nothing about. But it's our only chance, so there's that, I suppose. And then we have like an answer from Juno that she writes to Sean. You should not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. And Sean says, Lo, somebody doesn't like me? Sean says, All these Juno visits and emails too apparently, I've got me thinking. What happened to Tinia and Minerva? They're the ones who invited us to this little apocalypse party, and now they've gone and buggered off. A little inconvenient, not to mention rude. I would try and poke around later, see if there isn't some sign of what happened to them. Yeah, apparently there have been discs that would have told us about what has happened and would have given us more insight from Tinia and Minerva. But I think Juno actually has disposed of him. So we have only Juno who can influence us here to lead us to the path of her resurrection, essentially. Because it's the only thing that she wants from us, is to save a world, and with that, make her have an opportunity to come back to life.
Son, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. You have to understand, I've never been very good at this. Never mind that we live rather extraordinary lives.
Yeah, I kinda liked my ordinary one.
You can't escape who you are, Desmond.
So I've noticed.
Look, it's silly for us to go back and forth like this. I admit, I did a shitty job raising you. I apologize, I'm sorry. But it's important you understand it didn't come from a bad place. You're my son. I love you. I guess I was so busy trying to make sure nothing bad happened, I didn't consider the consequences. Truce.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, you know, this isn't just like a regular family relationship, I guess we're talking about. You know, this is actually like on the edge of like being chased by people who want to see you dead, you know. Everything that William did, like to train Desmond, you know, and all that, you know, was kind of like to protect him from potentially being taken by the Templars. Brought him then face off against her enemies in video games. Oh wait, yeah, gotta read a comic for that. No video game about that.
Ah, Desmond, there you are. Can I ask a favor?
Maybe.
When this is all over, I'd like to try turning the dial back on the Animus. Like, all the way back. To the time of the first civilization.
You think it would work?
There was no real loss of fidelity when you visited Altair. Then again, that was about 1,000 years ago, and I'm looking at going back at least 70,000 more.
Sure, I'd be up for it. It'd be interesting to see what things were like back then.
Excellent. I think it would prove most enlightening. So this is how it started.
What are you up to?
Just brushing up on my American history. Well, I say history. They certainly teach you strange things in the States.
Like what?
Well, for all the talk of this being a revolutionary war, it was a civil one. Well, not that kind of civil. I mean, there was no America versus Britain. It was Brit on Brit action. And you can clearly see how the whole thing got started. One war gave birth to the other.
You mean the 7 Years' War?
Exactly. Seems the Crown overspent in its attempt to keep the French out, wound up with a great deal of debt. Believing that the colonists should help to shoulder the burden, new taxes were created. It was a reasonable request, even if Parliament was rather, well, undiplomatic about it.
Well, it's not really fair to tax people for a war they didn't want any part of.
What? Didn't want any part of? Did you not notice George Washington with Edward Braddock? He was right there in the middle of it. So here you have the Crown spending who knows how much money to secure a place for the colonists to thrive, and then, when they ask for a little bit of help... Right, look, think of it this way. King George and the colonists, they all go out to dinner, right? And when the bill comes, George asks for them to kick in and pay their share. Fair enough. But keep in mind, he's been taking them out to dinner gratis for decades now. But the colonists, oh no, they insist they only had a glass of water and a side salad. Never mind the table's full of half-eaten food and empty bottles of wine. Now when the king points this out, what do the colonists do? Oh, they flip the table over and they storm out the restaurant. Probably intending to return later and burn it down.
You left out the part where the king pointed a gun at the colonists and asked them to cover dinner for everyone in the restaurant.
Right, yeah, interesting take. If he pulled out a gun, and I'm not sure he did, it would only have been after the 100th failed attempt at getting them to pay their fair share.
But how do you define someone's fair share?
Oh, well, with a war, apparently.
I always love the conversations between Sean and Desmond, and also with like different kind of like backgrounds in where they receive their education, I guess, and how it can also be sometimes a bit biased, you know, wherever or how you learn, you know, about history, for instance. So having like the different kind of like backgrounds there, and you know, that also bringing like a different kind of like stance on the whole affair between the revolutionaries and the British, you know. And that it was definitely something where either side, you know, wasn't like completely in the right. It's all about understanding, you know, motives on either side. Not really, you know, saying like that's good, that's bad.
I wonder how many other places like this exist.
There are dozens of them, all over the world.
And somehow no one's ever found one before us.
I don't think that's true.
Oh?
When I was at Abstergo, Vidic talked about silencing discoveries made by non-Templars. And I'm sure Abstergo has dug up plenty.
The things they must know.
Regretting throwing in with us?
No. Just looking forward to when we can finally trounce those bastards so I can dive into their archives.
That's the right attitude there.
Oh, I think I found a lead on another power source. Later, Desmond. I'm in the middle of something very important right now. Just, that's a rule. Just follow that as a rule.
I always love when you have a dialogue where he's like trying to get rid of you. My work requires attention, Desmond.
I can't believe it's taken me so long to ask, but... how's Mom? She's not...
No. Your mother is fine. We decided it was safer if we split up for this job.
Always assuming the worst.
For good reason.
Can I at least say hi to her?
I'm sorry, it's too risky. Maybe when we're done.
Right. When we're done.
But when are we done? But it would be cool if a present-day story involved Sean and Rebecca and you played as both of them doing missions. It really would have been, you know. It's interesting because that was one of the initial concepts for Valhalla, I believe. I think at one point I saw an interview with Darby where he talked about introducing the idea that you could play as both of them or something. But I don't think Ubisoft wanted to go with it, since Layla was of course still, you know, the main protagonist. But I think it's the reason why there were like the major side characters for Layla in the game. But yeah, it would have been great if Darby actually could have went with it, you know, and developed that idea further. Of them two being like shared protagonists. I wonder if the reason that Darby also suggested that was because of in Brotherhood we learn that Sean actually has Norse ancestors. So maybe he planned on like maybe having connection there between Sean and one of the ancestors. Who knows? That's more speculation right now, but yeah, I do remember hearing him say about how he had an idea of them being protagonists together. If you've had one of the ways to get more people interested in the present day is to actually change things up for present day, making it different to what's come before, definitely yeah. It needs to be different and needs to evolve, but at the same time we can still have a bigger focus on it again and try to make it entertaining and engaging again, you know. So people do actually have the urge to go back and replay the early games and see where the modern day story actually started and all that, you know. It's time for you to run off to get ready for work. Have fun staving off the extinction. Thank you, Grace. I will try my best. I hope you have a great day and that everything goes well. And yeah, thank you for dropping by and for joining us today. Also, for anybody that hasn't checked out Grace's channel before, definitely consider doing so. She's also a fan of the series of Assassin's Creed and has played various games before, like Valhalla 2. She's also playing some Stardew Valley currently, and is also a big fan of indie and point-and-click action-adventure games. So yeah, if you want to check that out, there's a link in chat, and I would highly recommend leaving a follow if you haven't checked it out before. And no worries, Grace. More than happy to give you a shout out. And yeah, we will catch you next time.
I know everyone thinks I'm being silly, but I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
We are being watched. By Juno. Or some version of her.
Do you think it's a recording? Or is she a ghost? Or something else? Is she talking to us the way Minerva talked to Ezio?
No clue. I mean, who knows what else they were working on down here? There's still so many rooms we don't have access to.
But do you think she's like literally down here, waiting somewhere, still alive?
Still alive? That's mental. That means she'd be at least 75, 80,000 years old? They're powerful, yeah, but not that powerful.
They came down here looking for a way to survive. Maybe they found one. Was it weird seeing Cross?
What do you mean?
It's different for you. You don't know about what happened, I guess. For a long time, he was important to us. He was a different person.
Sean said he was a sleeper agent. Like Lucy.
It was different. She made a choice, but Cross, if you read the files, Abstergo just... They did terrible things to him.
Rebecca?
You're lucky. We all are. We have people who care about us, who look out for us. He was all alone, and the people he thought he could trust, they used him.
Did you know him?
No, but I knew Hannah.
Who's that?
She tried to help him. She trusted him. But there was a raid about a year ago. She stayed behind so the others could escape. Tried to reason with him, to see if she could fix things.
Well, what happened?
What do you think happened? He killed her. That's what he does. That's all he knows how to do. Sometimes it seems like that's all any of us know how to do.
Rebecca.
Man, Rebecca really is a great character, you know, like her compassion and how empathetic she is for others, you know. Also how important she is, of course, as part of the team here, you know, like being taking care of the enemies and all that. But yeah, I think also voice actress just does a great job with her, you know, from like being witty and snarky and some funny moments, you know, to being like, you know, really like, yeah, you know, sad and depressed to some degree, you know, and kind of like a bit doubting of the future, you know, of like what they're actually doing and if what they're doing is right, and yeah, what's gonna happen, you know. She's also mourning a little bit about like her old life, right? Because she misses everything she had before they went on this mission. So yeah, she's definitely not happy in this current situation, you know. And Lucy now also dying at the end of Brotherhood, you know, being killed by Desmond. Losing another person she thought she could trust, you know. Absolutely. Yeah, it was so good, you know, to have both Sean and Rebecca finally back. And also seeing, you know, that they're in a much, much better place as well. And of course being together, you know.
I just want to be alone right now. I just want to be alone right now. I just want to be alone right now.
I think she just wants to be alone right now.
Have we ever tried to make peace with the Templars?
Throughout our history, there have been moments. Several, in fact. But it's impossible. There are existential differences, insurmountable. If there were to be unity, it wouldn't be a truce so much as a submission.
But knowing what's about to happen, wouldn't it make sense to try and talk to Vidic? Come to an arrangement, even if it's only temporary?
We'd all be so busy watching our backs, nothing would get accomplished. Imagine that. We're more productive at war.
Well, have we ever tried sending in someone? Doing to them what they did to us with Lucy? Or Cross?
We have, and it's never worked. We've sent people who were either too weak and found themselves turned, or too strong and were unable to carry out the charade.
I just feel like we all want the same thing.
We use the same words, but that's all they are, words. In the end, it all comes down to freedom. We seek it, they detest it. And so there's never an end to the fight. Not until one side is completely gone.
Is that even possible?
Probably not. Our two groups have existed in one form or another since, well, since forever. But things can be better than they are. And that's something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, the thing is with both the Assassins and the Templars, you know, it's more the ideas behind those organizations, you know. One striving for a universal order where the few reign over the many, you know. And the others have to submit versus the people who seek, you know, a divided power. Evenly distributed between people, you know, where everyone is equal to the other. And no one is using power for selfish or bad purposes. You know? And that idea exists independent from, you know, either organization. So it's a struggle that will always be there, that's like inherent to humankind, I guess. In this universe at least. And who knows, maybe in real life. But yeah, you know, that's why the struggle will never end, really, I guess. Unless, of course, all of humanity is extinct. That could happen. Ava Carbon, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, the stream is going very good. We just finished with Sequence 5. I've done our first major modern day story in Manhattan, which was really cool. Love those modern day sequences here in AC3. And yeah, just having some conversations here, reading emails, kind of like catching up with all of the modern day stuff before we head back to Connor.
Did you look for me, Dad? When I was gone?
Every day.
Come on.
I mean it. Every night I'd look, searching for your name or variations of it, hoping you'd slip up. Abstergo only found you first because they had better access. A few more days and it would have been me.
Well, I'm here now.
And I'm glad.
Not very true, and how things just keep repeating. Yeah, that also reminds me of the audio file we see in we can hear in Black Flag, right? Where Desmond talks about the ancestors, but also the memories of Clay and how he has the feeling that, things are just repeating over and over, and that humanity never really learns either. Which makes sense, right? Because it's not like a universal human memory. I mean, we have history and the ability to learn from that, but lots of people never do. While the idea of the human race being allowed total freedom to dictate their own future is crazy, though most humans can't be trusted, so leadership is always needed in some fashion. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like, if you're thinking like in total extremes, like chaos versus order, then either wouldn't be optimal. That's why I guess the assassins strive more for a balance than for like total freedom, And I guess the assassins even realize that they also need leadership, right? Which is why you have like a mentor and all that. But yeah, I guess what they strive in leadership is that you are not selfish, but you try to work the best of the people that you have to take responsibility for. I guess that's the difference between leadership that's self-serving versus, leadership that is there to serve others.
Do you think Lucy regretted what she was doing?
I used to think I knew her well, but clearly that wasn't the case. So I really can't give you an honest answer.
She seemed so sincere, though. Like she really wanted to make a difference.
Yes, well, when I first met him, I thought the same thing about Cross.
It just keeps happening over and over again.
What does?
Everything.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry.
All right, then. You should think about getting back in the Animus. We've got to find that key.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
We should probably get back to Connor. Come on, son. We got work to do.
Okay, that's all the optional conversations here. Now we can also trigger the next cutscenes for the power source. Because now that we've gotten one of them in Manhattan, we can go over here, which will trigger a sequence of different cutscenes with Juno, where she essentially tells us about the different ways of salvation they try to use to save themselves. So what they did is they actually try to predict the future, right? But yeah, she's gonna tell us more about that over here. But the Templars also see freedom as something that people would take to an extreme. Therefore, all freedom needs to be extinguished, whereas the Assassins want freedom for all, but they don't want people to use their freedom to do evil, and so they don't endorse things like killing innocent people, for example. The Templars don't care if innocents die as long as their targets die too. That's very true, Like, even though if a Corvette Creed it says, everything is permitted, if nothing is true, doesn't mean that you should think in that extreme that it might imply, It's more like to realize the responsibility of your actions and that everything you do has consequences. That you have to live with them, whether they're good or bad. And that hopefully you grow wiser and realize that your actions do have consequences for others. But yeah, killing innocents wouldn't serve anything in the sense of how the assassins think.
In the beginning, when we thought we could be saved, we sought to face the sun's wrath and contain it. 4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it. But even with all we knew, with all we had, it would take too long. 1,000 years we could labor, and still the work would not be done. The first tower was never completed. The project abandoned. We moved on. But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not.
Busted assassins kill innocent guards over time. Also game does not punish you for murdering those who surrender. Yeah, I mean, I guess you also have to consider that it's still a game, and whatever is happening in like non-cutscenes and main story missions might also conflict with like optional objectives. It's probably not what happened, you know. And it's also a simulation, of course, created with the enemies, where you have a certain liberty to do whatever you want to, you know, like you can go ahead and kill 100 guards as a player, which doesn't mean that Connor actually did that. And yeah, usually, you know, the assassins would only kill guards that are like directly standing between them and their target, and that are like actively defending a horrible person, essentially. And it's also like a matter of like, you know, if Connor or other assassin wouldn't attack the guards, they would attack you and try to kill you, you know. So if they're like aggressive towards you and try to kill you, you know, then it's essentially open conflict, I guess. I think it's very important to distinguish between what is gameplay and what is like canon, I guess.
If we could not meet the sun's cruel embrace, perhaps we might rebuke it. Already we could generate the fields to protect us in times of strife. But these were small and simple things. To replicate them on a scale the size of a world, we lack the energy to make it so. Half the world, they said then. It is better than none at all. We tried. Again, we failed. A quarter, they asked. Even this we could not do. A sixth, an eighth, a tenth, they cried. The answer was still the same. Perhaps in time a city might be spared. But it was time we did not have. So we moved on.
Busted aside from gameplay, even in cutscenes. Yeah, I mean, it does happen, you know, that people who probably could have been spared die as a result of assassin action. I would say that's definitely not a common thing to happen, though, that somebody dies who isn't affiliated with the Templars or defending somebody who's doing horrible things. Usually, according to canon, they would really only kill people who do deserve it in their sense, at least, you know. But it can happen, of course, like looking, for example, at Revelations, when Ezio is, you know, smoking out Cappadocia is probably an extreme example of potentially hurting the innocent, you know, on like a grand scale. But that really is the exception and definitely has to be criticized, I think. I don't think that they kill innocent people all the time or something. And yeah, I would also agree with you, Rod, you know, that if you actively ally yourself with the Templar cause, which usually the targets of assassins do, then that's like part of the conflict essentially. And I mean, you know, assassins are just that, they're killers. You know, yeah, they kill people. Doesn't mean that these guys were innocent, though. Definitely not. And yeah, honestly, I would also never say that the assassins are like the good guys or something. Because that doesn't really exist in Assassin's Creed. You know, that one side is like good, the other side is just bad, you know. Like, there's lots of gray layers. And even the assassins themselves realize that what they're doing isn't good. You know, like taking a life is a horrible thing that they also stand by. It's just more like that utilitarian thought process of saying, okay, yeah, you know, this is a horrible thing I have to do to prevent a lot of other horrible things from happening. You know, like in simpler terms, like one life to save many type of deal. And that's the logic behind it, you know. It's not like that they say, okay, you know, I enjoy killing. I mean, probably some of them do, you know, because it would also attract people who might do enjoy killing. But I would say it's primarily, you know, in the sense of, okay, yeah, we try to save the lives of innocents. We're not doing this just to kill people, you know. So, yeah, they're definitely not the good guys, you know, they're killers. But they do have a positive intention at the foundation of what they're doing, I guess. But yeah, it definitely is another extreme, for sure. But there's the great quote where Rebecca essentially says that sometimes a person has to die in order to be stopped. Yeah. Yeah, that sometimes there's like no other way, essentially. Why are your friends smaller? The Assassins or the Templars? But Templars also have a positive foundation. Templars did nothing wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Which also adds to that like grey layer, or the grey layers that I was talking about. That both the Assassins and the Templars ultimately strive for peace, you know. There's a very different form of it that's like very, very different in its core, you know. That the Assassins try to provide freedom, hoping that, you know, humanity will live together in peace. But also accepting that sometimes there are conflicts. Versus the Templars who try to control everyone, where you're essentially trapped in a prison of your own mind. Where you have no free will anymore, and you just do their bidding, which essentially creates peace by force. And yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds horrible to me. Losing your free will. The Templars, Mauler. I think there's a hidden blade waiting for you, Mauler. It's a hidden blade where the Father of Understanding wants to guide you into. But there's also a real-life historical figure who are branded as Templars by the AC series, like Hitler, and it's very fitting he would be considered one. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, you know, like really thinking about everything the Templars have done, you know, is like nothing in comparison to what the Assassins have done ever, really. You know, like the fact that the Templars actively tried to push for World War II to happen, which is confirmed in the glyphs of AC2 and clusters of AC Brotherhood. You know, that they sabotaged Hitler, they sabotaged Stalin and Churchill to enter war. Because that would create a destabilization and would allow for the Templars to be able to take over and guide countries into consumerism and capitalistic structures. Because Abstergo being a company, they think they can control people with money now. That, you know, the, like, first estate really isn't a thing anymore in so many countries. So yeah, it was all just a plot, you know, to kind of like be able to delete and destroy power and then retake it themselves. And yeah, they've taken all the horrible atrocities of a Second World War essentially as part of that goal, you know. And I mean, there's like so many other examples throughout history where they have not cared one bit about the innocent and thousands and millions of people that had to die for it, you know. So if you think about it, like, you know, it's good there are the assassins to try to stop them, even if killing itself, you know, shouldn't be looked upon as something positive. But yeah, I guess that's where some of the complexity also stems from, you know.
Wonder what's inside.
Only one way to find out.
No kidding, Brawler. Speaking in chess terms. Alright, so I'm gonna wait until we trigger the next Juno cutscenes, until we have the next power source. And that means we have done everything we can do so far in Modern Day. So that finishes the Modern Day segment here. It's actually quite a long one, but I did enjoy that. Exactly right, you know. Like, they realized essentially that they had to change their form. Couldn't rely on the aristocracy anymore, you know, to kind of like have the supremacy. So having a company and then utilizing, you know, money systems importance. You know, they had to kind of like a way to have like lots of companies under their umbrella. And then to be able to control all the different parts of society much easier. Without even having to put their name to it either. You know.
Good luck, Desmond.
These are troubled times. The already uneasy alliance between the Crown and its subjects frays. And behind them both the Templars plot, pulling strings and moving pieces. History dictates they seek order through control. But how will they affect it here? Who supports them? And what conspiracies have they already spun?
Spare a moment.
All these things I must determine.
Of course.
Have a
Only
look.
by knowing my enemy can I hope to stop
What is it?
them.
A Xingbao, or rope dart if you prefer. One of the many plans given to us by Xiao Yun to...
Sorry.
We'll have to work on this.
Ganondogo,
Yes, my friend.
what brings you here? Is the village all right?
For now.
What do you mean? What has happened?
Men came, claiming we had to leave. They said that the land was being sold, and that the Confederacy had consented. We sent an envoy, but they would not listen.
You must refuse!
We cannot oppose the Sachem, but you're right as well. We cannot give up our home.
Do you have a name? Do you know who is responsible?
He's called William Johnson.
Where is Johnson now?
In Boston, making preparations for the sale.
Sale? This is theft!
Connor, take care. These men are
Give me
powerful.
Lee! What would you have me do? I made a promise to my people.
If you insist upon this course of action, seek out Sam Adams in Boston. He'll be able to help. What have you done?
When my people go to war, a hatchet is buried into a post to signify its start. When the threat is ended, the hatchet is removed.
You could have used a tree.
You could have used a tree to do your business. Remastered also quickly to cover the dialogue. Yeah, plus I also play on an SSD drive, which makes loading even faster. So it's funny when he's like still talking with his monologue voice and then there's already other dialogue happening. Yeah, there's so many great quotes with Connor, you know. Especially also considering that English isn't his first language as well, you know, which is definitely something to consider, I think. But yeah, there's some great quotes with him. So I know there's a certain urgency in regards to the next main story, but this is basically the point where a lot of the side stuff unlocks, especially with the Homestead and stuff. So I do want to focus on that a bit first today. Connor's still impulsive. Yeah, I mean, he set out to protect his people, right, more than anything else, so that's the most important mission to him personally.
Connor, it has occurred to me that the times we live in will be looked upon by future generations with a certain degree of scrutiny, no matter the outcome. With that in mind, I think it valuable to record the goings-on around the homestead. A true log of how people lived during this time of transition. Something to help color the portrait. What do you think?
When I find a moment, I will try.
Very good.
So that unlocks the Encyclopedia of the Common Man, where you can essentially observe the activities of the various homesteaders and unlock secret database entries. I'm gonna try my best to unlock as many of them as possible, but it's all part of my requirement of a playthrough. Yeah, the variety of Charles Lee quotes for. Chao Yun. So she's the one that gave us a plan for the rope dart. Is an assassin from China and one of the last assassins to meet with Ezio Auditore before his death. Yun was born in royal captivity during the Ming Dynasty. She spent her teenage years life as one of the favored concubines of the Chinese Emperor Zhengde. While not an idealized star, for I wouldn't mind it, it's better than digging ditches, Zhengde's taste for travel meant that by the age of 15, Yun had seen more of the world than most people of the era, which I suppose you might consider a bright side. If you try not to realize that even some cats had seen more of the world than most people of the era. In 1521, the assassin order used the confusion surrounding Zhengde's death to infiltrate the emperor's compound and free some of the concubines, Yun among them. She immediately became an assassin, but never forgot the woman she had been forced to leave behind. Years later, she returned to the imperial palace to free the remaining concubines, only to find that they had been killed by Zhengde's successor, Jia Jing. Jia Jing's response to the second attack on the imperial palace was swift and brutal, and caught the assassins unprepared. The brotherhood in eastern China was decimated. Chao Yun and her mentor survived, but were forced to flee Asia entirely. They traveled to Italy to seek the advice of Ezio Auditore, but only Chao Yun would finish the journey, arriving in Florence in 1524, shortly before Ezio's death. And that's where Embers starts. short movie telling us about the final days of Ezio and him meeting Chao Yun. Carbon absolutely, but one thing is to shout this is theft in a controlled environment. Another thing is to stack and hatchet in a column of a house that isn't his. That is why you say he's impulsive. Fair enough, yeah. Definitely. No kidding, Rod. You know, there's so much potential with Chao Yun. It definitely feels, you know, a bit wasted to a certain degree.
Bloody hell! Can you help me? Ah!
Are you all right?
What do you think?
How did this happen?
Poachers in the woods. I asked them to leave. This was their answer.
Come on. We need to get that arm looked at.
What if the men who did this?
They can wait. Your wound cannot. You be able to make it to the house?
Yes. I think the ball took only flesh.
And what is your name?
Miriam.
Do you live nearby?
I don't have a home per se. I took to the frontier when I was a young girl. I've made my life out here ever since. Living where the land makes it easiest.
Not a common choice for a woman of the colonies.
No, it's not. But truth be told, it was this, the convent or the brothels. I prefer the open air.
Kana, what are you doing?
Those poachers need to be stopped.
Saw the scabs from my hunting blind. Get to that and you shouldn't have any trouble finding them.
Use the rope dart if you can. Get familiar with it.
Oh yeah, I will. I love rope dart. But that's true, Ubisoft want to do another game set in China. Are there any characters we could use? Nah, I don't think there is. Let's make up a new character. You. Or you could use Chao Yun again. Ubisoft throws you off a window. Yeah, that's probably how they would treat it, you know. But if you would suggest to make like another non-canon comic about her, they would be all on board there.
William Johnson's opening up some of that Mohawk land he purchased for free hunting soon. Might be we make a good haul up there.
I hear tell lumbering will be allowed to boot.
What does he want with the territory if not the game and timber?
Don't know. Don't much care neither. Feet skulking around these woods. Something don't feel right.
Feeling a bit guilty on account of that woman you put a hole in?
Nah. She had it coming.
What's she dressed like that for anyway? It's not natural.
Wow, seriously? He didn't die to an arrow? Oh man. I love when people don't die to ranged attacks.
William Johnson's opening up some of that Mohawk land he purchased for free hunting soon. Might be we make a good haul up there.
I hear tell lumbering will be allowed to boot.
What does he want with the territory if not the game and timber?
Don't know. Don't much care neither. Feet skulking around these woods. Something don't feel right.
Feeling a bit guilty on account of that woman you put a hole in?
Nah. She had it coming.
What's she dressed like that for anyway? It's not natural.
So I have a double hidden blade, right? So double assassination should work here. Yeah. What's Connor? I can this what's really good for me with a rope dart. Oh, I see now that it has two parts, the rope and the dart. I finally understand how it works. Assassino! Assassino. First assassination with rope is impressive. Connor's so strong he can pull men up with his bare hands. Yeah, I mean Connor's definitely one of the strongest assassins I think in the series. Like he's a beast.
Hey! Where are you, fellas?
Shooting strangers in the forest, is that common hunting practice where you come from?
No! Spare me!
Go! Tell the friends you have left what happened here.
Thank you, Achilles.
You are most welcome.
Why did those men attack you?
It's no secret this land is full with game. I spotted the trespassers en route to request permission to hunt here myself, and suggested they do the same.
The bounty of the forest is not mine to give. It is your right to hunt on this land, but I would appreciate you trading your surplus with the others.
Very well. I accept.
Miriam the Huntress can now produce level 1 goods. Excellent. It's also come in very handy because the pelts and stuff that she's getting from the hunts are gonna be very good to sell to merchants. So it's like a good kind of like resource. Also check the first activity for Miriam here, the Huntress. Now we could be patient and try to spot the next activity that she does.
Lovely morning.
Okay, this activity has already been scanned. Let's wait where she goes next here. While I'm wearing Edward's outfit in that cutscene, he had the hood up, could hardly see his eyes. I can imagine, it's kind of funny. Sometimes with like unique outfits that the character isn't supposed to wear. What makes certain cutscenes look like.
Good morning, Connor.
Good morning.
Lovely morning.
Where are you off to? Okay, that's the second activity. We're acting with a trap here.
Mule to open this thing.
That seems safe. Okay, I'm gonna come back for the third activity at a later point here. Because there's no guarantee she's actually gonna do something new now. But yeah, we have plenty of time to revisit her and check out another activity. Because it's not only like 3 total, there's like a multitude of actions that you can cover, and you only need to get 3 of them to unlock and finish the Encyclopedia. Can you step in a trap placed by her, or it just won't activate? I don't think it's gonna activate, to be honest. I'm honestly not sure now where it was exactly, so I can't try again. But it never happened to me, at least, that I actually went in a trap and got caught in this game ever before. So I would assume it doesn't catch you. Okay, but that's all for Homestead missions in Davenport so far. We'll check out some of the naval stuff, but I want to do that at a bit of a later point here. Let's have a quick look at the frontier here. Maybe there's some more dialogue with the Mohawk. I mean, it would be cool, you know, if there was actually like an interaction with a trap. Maybe like Connor barely dodging it or something. It would be funny to actually get caught in a trap. was Bob. There's also no Homestead mission down here, actually. Interesting. Oh, but yeah, I think before we do anything else, so I'm gonna go and take a break now, because they've already been going on for 3 hours so far. So gonna take a break, and then when I come back, we're gonna check out some more of the Homestead missions that are available so far. And then I think we're gonna start with sequence 6 and get started with the search for William Johnson and his plan to buy the land of a Mohawk. Kind of like a drop that, of course. So yeah, I will be back in a few. And until then, I hope you enjoy some of the amazing soundtrack for this game. Thanks, Carbon. And thank you to Rod. I will catch you guys in just a few. Alright, welcome back. And thank you all for staying tuned for more of AC3 with our stealth and all mission objectives playthrough. Also, hey there, Aura, welcome in and thank you for joining. So, I figured now that we are back from a break, I do actually want to showcase some of the behind the scenes and kind of like first looks at AC3. Since we're now kind of like getting started with the open world exploration and really dive into, you know, more of the deeper mechanics. And yeah, I still have a couple of making of and behind the scenes videos from last year that I gathered. Starting with the concept video and beta footage for AC3. Which is essentially not in-game engine graphics, but is based on kind of like pure animation, right? So to kind of like have like a way to set the mood for the game and how it could potentially look like as like a final product. So it isn't like in-game engine, but yeah, it's very much the inspiration and like blueprint for what they try to achieve with you know, the in-game graphics and physics and all that. So I'm gonna have a look at that concept video, and then I'm also gonna have a look at a making of series by Ubisoft directly. We do also still have an IGN kind of like back behind the scenes series, but that one we're not gonna watch today, but next time. Otherwise we will be here for like an hour watching behind the scenes stuff, and I'd rather divide that. Movie time, indeed. I'm gonna mute myself during the behind the scenes here, but yeah, I hope you enjoy this look behind the first kind of like footage here for AC3. So yeah, hope you enjoy.
We are in desperate need of replenishment to our mercury supply. Can you help us?
I am George Washington! Is there more salt ration for today? No.
Oi, mate. Want to sit for a round? Quietly. Follow me. He's marching for Saratoga, due east of here. They left 3 hours ago. The man's a bloody butcher. Women, children, anything in his path. You must bring him down.
Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. We held these truths to be self-evident. Doing so was a mistake. Since the moment of its discovery, this had been a country defined not by hope and vision, but treachery and greed. And so for every one of us who sought to escape the king's tyranny, there was another who wished instead to control it. Get 'em, boys! America was not just a new world, but a new opportunity, with land and resources ripe for the taking. Fortunate, then, that we had the means to fight them. History speaks of a war, one in which men rose up against an empire so that they might be free. This is the revolution you know. Stay a while, and I will tell you of another revolution the one that mattered.
Is now near at hand which must determine whether Americans are to be free men or slaves. Our cruel and unrelenting enemy leaves us only the choice of brave resistance or the most abject submission. We have, therefore, to resolve to conquer or die.
Anticipated titles in gaming history. Now, in this 4-part series, get an inside look on the making of this truly revolutionary game. Inside the process of the creative team, the designers, writers, artists, and animators who brought it to life.
That's what we need. It's going to be thunder in the cloud of smoke.
Inside the technical breakthroughs that made it all possible. And inside the American Revolution, with interviews from war historians.
There was a slaughter on the ground.
Soldiers.
It's guerrilla warfare.
And weapons experts.
They would use their weapon in whatever way they could.
Who show us just how brutal the war really was. This is Inside Assassin's Creed 3.
I don't think people realize how big an undertaking it is, how many people it takes to sort of achieve the level of quality and scope that we have.
Assassin's Creed 3 is a big scale game. The amount of things that are produced per day, that are developed per day, it's amazing.
The team has grown to be several hundred people in 5 studios around the world, all of them working on really specific elements, so the amount of work is just staggering.
In total, it's over 30 hours of gameplay, and we have 2.5 hours of cinematics, which is as much as any major length movie, or even more.
We have an amazing team on AC3. Everyone's super passionate about the project.
When we started AC3, we knew it had to be big and ambitious and different. It's very rare in your career that you get an opportunity to try and go for the gold medal, and we really felt like this was our shot at it. A lot of tired people on the floor right now, but a lot of happy, tired people. We've always tried to pick exciting periods in history, then drop the player in, so they're exploring that time, as well as our fictional story.
Make ready. Present.
The American Revolution was a very pivotal time because the concept of self-government, as opposed to being governed by royals, it was very radical for the era.
It's a great setting for a game because there's high stakes. It was the founding of a nation. It was a time when an individual could make a difference. It was all or nothing. They had to win or die.
The Revolutionary War was an incredibly brutal experience.
This is something you just don't really hear about in the history books, and something we wanted to bring to life in the game.
Connor is our new hero in Assassin's Creed 3. He's half British, half Mohawk. He's humble and more grounded to nature type of person.
We did a lot of research into Native American culture. We've recorded dialogue in their native language.
Excellent. I loved it.
And we've tried very hard to reflect their culture as accurately as possible.
His name, Radun Hagedum, it refers to a life that is scratched, meaning that he had to struggle to survive.
Connor, as a hero, is someone who sees himself as a defender of the people.
He's more inclined to justice than revenge.
One thing to declare our independence. Now, my friend, we must make it so.
Connor's goal is to assassinate key historical figures at major battles, at major events during the Revolution.
He's a stealth operator. He can come out and viciously make a great kill, then blend right back in.
If George Washington would have had Connor on his team, he wouldn't have needed many other people.
Anvil Next is an engine that gives us the possibility to do things that were not possible to do before.
The weather system, the seasons, the formable snow, bigger worlds in general, the ocean. It's the sum of 3 years of improvements that we've built upon.
Brand new navigation system, brand new combat system, 2,500 characters on screen at any one time, being able to cut through interiors in the city. Anvil Next is a massive leap forward in terms of gameplay opportunities.
Cliffs, trees, climbable stuff, the water. That was pretty exciting, but also very challenging.
We've got the frontier as well. We've got two of our major cities, Boston and New York.
Once we dug up maps from the period, we tried to match street for street or major avenue for major avenue. We recreated Boston and New York at about 1:3 scale.
We set out with crazy ambitions for this game, and with Anvil Next, it brings the experience to a whole new level.
The fascinating thing for us is that we can bring history to life. We can actually make it a place that's explorable and vibrant and real. We hope we're offering by far the biggest and best Assassins yet.
Next time on Inside Assassin's Creed 3, combat, weapons, and tactics.
American tactics were really frowned upon by the British.
He's trained in a very different style of fighting to the British soldiers.
Connor is essentially the first guerrilla fighter.
In this 4-part series, get an inside look on the making of one of the most anticipated titles in gaming history. This is Inside Assassin's Creed 3.
Something we really wanted to emphasize was the sheer brutality of combat in the period.
We've all seen the paintings of the Revolution, and death is glorified, death is angelic, but it wasn't that way on the battlefield. It was a brutal conflict.
It feels that you're constantly going through dynamic fights, and that's not something technically we could do in the past. So it was like a personal challenge on the team to say, no, I think we can do this. These armies are filled with different types of weapons. So, you have everything from muskets, you have grenadiers, you have guys with boarding axes.
Being shot by a musket would be an awfully painful way to go. The caliber size of the ball was at least 3 or 4 times as large as anything that any modern military is using today.
After the muskets were discharged, they would charge with their bayonets, what basically is a giant spear, and he has every intention of running that through you.
They would shoot and then they would march, and that hand-to-hand combat was really brutal. And whether it's people using a bayonet affixed on the end of a musket, a small hatchet, this is a kind of killing that is very mano a mano.
All the animations, all the weapons are brand new.
It was interesting to start on a new style of fighting that is much more close and aggressive.
Connor's favorite weapon is the tomahawk, obviously super deadly in hand-to-hand combat. Also the bow and arrow. It fits with his native heritage and it's lethal.
The rope dart, it's a real accurate Chinese tool that we found the references for that period as well. He can use it from the ground, so he can bring the enemy towards him. It gives him the ability, for example, on a tree, to hang someone from above. In Assassin's Creed 3, the one thing that we decided to do is to revamp the fight system from scratch.
We wanted the skill in the combat in the game to be about transitioning from character to character by choosing the right moves, by performing them correctly. It allows you to basically mow your way through large numbers of people if you're good enough without stopping.
What do you do if you go into a bunch of guys with muskets and they try and shoot you? So we had to figure out, can you dodge them? Can you run away? And we've added all these options, but our big one is the meat shield, where you can grab a guy and he gets shot instead. Our mocap guys are stuntmen. We spend a long time with them rehearsing and figuring out exactly what would be the greatest choreography. We had to go through, like multiple people.
Connor is trained in a very different style of fighting to the British soldiers.
The close quarters flow of the combat that's happening between the punches, the kicks, and everything else is indicative of what happens in the real world.
I'm very impressed by the moves that they do. It's cool to see push kicks and axe kicks and different sort of takedowns that are done correctly and very believable when they're done. Right hand, right. Punch to the face, boom, to the throat, to the groin, finish with boom.
This is something new for us that we're really proud of. It's fast, it's fluid, and you go through these guys like butter.
Connor is essentially the first guerrilla fighter. He's someone whose goal is always to move behind enemy lines, to pick off his target, and to escape.
Employing guerrilla tactics, or what we now know today as asymmetric warfare, was something that truly was a component of the American Revolution.
They learned what we would think of as guerrilla-style warfare. You sort of hit quickly and then disappear.
American tactics were really frowned upon by the British because the Americans did adapt the tactics that were used by the Native Americans from the French and Indian War.
The first big battle, Lexington and Concord, takes place on a New England town green. And as the soldiers march back to Boston, they are marching along a dirt road lined by stone. It's not the most effective strategy, wearing your bright red coat and march through the woods while some farmer's trying to shoot at you.
The Americans brought a tactic that they couldn't really cope with. They essentially took it away from the battlefield and they started guerrilla tactics.
Next time on Inside Assassin's Creed 3, the hero behind the war.
Connor is the hero of the American Revolution. Connor is the brand new hero in the game. He's a brand new assassin. He's half Native American, half European. We wanted to build that base conflict into his background.
Why are you here?
When he begins his journey, he has a very clear sense of what is right and what is wrong. He is forever motivated by a desire to do the right thing.
Commander, Connor. He's fighting for freedom and he's fighting against tyranny.
You as Connor, as the assassin, are the critical part of the American Revolution.
The way that we wanted to deal with the historical figures was for you to meet them sort of over the course of your journey in a way in which the history books wouldn't normally portray them.
General Putnam.
Many of the founders were very tough individuals. Many of them were the equivalent of the modern badass.
Our founding fathers were very hard, disciplined, dedicated individuals who wanted freedom, who wanted liberty, who wanted to express themselves their own way and not be controlled.
These founding fathers were comfortable with war, and they were warriors.
Do not fire until you see the whites of their eyes.
Connor doesn't know much of the European ways at first, and then he gets to learn about these guys, these heroic figures. So for Washington, for instance, he sees that very strong guy, and Connor believes in him.
George Washington was not the old, feeble man on the $1 bill. During the time of the Revolution, George Washington would have been in his 40s. This was where the legend was being made.
You see Washington as he was during the Revolution, which is a younger man, an athletic man.
George Washington really was the first action hero.
George Washington, he's probably the next most important character that we had to work on. We must have done so many versions of him and just constantly making him look larger and larger than life.
We really tried to look at areas, that were really noticeable. The profile of Washington, very noticeable. He's also one that kind of ages as the game gets older. There'll be a discernible difference between the earlier version of George Washington and then as he ages and starts to become more the Washington that people really identify with.
He looks like the George Washington I visualize.
Basically, you get to talk with George Washington, to interact with George Washington. You have missions with George Washington.
Connor is moving in and out of both the Revolution and the rest of the history. Whenever he sees conflict between two groups, he takes the side of the greater good.
We've been working very closely with the Mohawk consultant on values as well on language.
We are Gunyetgahaga. Gunyetgahaga means the people of the Flint.
Agorateka, you're doing great.
And our language is called Gunyetgeha.
Every time that he's with his people or in his village, they speak the language, which I think is really cool.
Connor, as a Native American character, is very familiar with Native American war clubs, with the tomahawk, with the bow.
He's got very refined sense of hunting and tracking. He's been raised with the ability to navigate this environment.
Connor has a lot of his ancestry's strength from the Mohawks. He's strong, he's agile, he's able to run in the wood very quickly. It's really his nature, that's really his home.
He's essentially described as the agile brute. So he's brutal, but he's agile. He's heavy, but he can still jump very far.
He's grown up in an environment that is oftentimes very violent, and he has adjusted accordingly.
Every time he jumps, he doesn't just gracefully float through the air. He has to swing his arms. He has to use a lot of his arms and a lot of arm work to get through the trees, to push off things, to jump and swing. We had so many different versions of Connor, and he started off really slim, and then we bulked him up by adding fur and cloaks and all these things.
Instead of this thin, lean assassin, he fills out his coat. He's just a warrior in every sense.
The animation team has built over an hour of new animations just for Connor alone.
We started by looking at lots of military moves and even traditional ones of how you would fight with a tomahawk. We looked at that and we just thought it wasn't awesome enough. So we went really brutal, and it wasn't just throwing in blood.
We put a lot of time into the navigation elements, and we've completely redone our climb system. We really wanted it to be much more organic.
There's so much variety in what he can climb and how he can do it.
We have a whole set of new navigation abilities that just show off the fluidity of the assassin as he moves through these environments.
We thought it was a great opportunity to allow people to climb, trees, cliffs, natural landmarks, as well as the buildings that they climbed.
We had to add different ways of climbing up to cover cracks and also side cracks. So we have vertical cracks and side cracks.
We knew we had to support all sorts of organic angles so that the forest looks right, and still the behavior of the assassin would be fluid in any context.
He's not there to run against 500 men pitched on a battlefield. That's not his style. He's there to sneak out around behind them, climb up a cliff, do some tree running, and drop down in amongst them and take out the commander and get out of there before anyone sees him.
Connor moves are directly inspired by parkour.
Parkour is basically all about efficiency of movement, the quickest manner from point A to point B. When you see specific parkour movements, Connor doing a lazy vault or a dive roll, now, the movements themselves are very accurate. Connor moves in the game like I want to move in real life. There are very few games out there that really tap into parkour free running. You've got the fight or flight, and this uses the fight and the flight to its fullest because Connor is a badass assassin and he can move like hell.
We wanted Connor to be a dual-handed specialist, so basically he's ambidextrous, he can fight with both hands.
When he lands, the ground shakes, and when he fights, people are getting knocked left, right, and center. He's very brutal.
He is battle-driven. He's brutality, and is the type of assassin who comes up and kills without question or hesitation.
The soldiers were not really able to go up against Connor. Connor's a killing machine. He's a ninja in a tank with a Wolverine in there.
Ever since Europeans arrived in North America, they had been involved in shipping goods back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean. In order to make this economic system work, the British tried to control the goods that are going to the colonies. And it was those goods coming back and forth which made a few places on eastern North America important.
Whether it's the Boston Tea Party or the Boston Massacre. Fire! We have these big historical events that we can situate our game around. All of these events that people have a rough understanding of, but they've really never experienced.
If you were to transport yourself to Boston in 1775, you would see a city vastly different from the modern city that's there today. Because Boston is really just a small town.
Boston was the center of disaffection with British rule. It's the home of Samuel Adams.
If you were a rabble-rouser like Sam Adams, and you needed something done that wasn't quite legal, you knew how to find the guys to be in the mob so that you wouldn't be caught afterwards. It was that kind of a city.
The British long thought that Boston was the center of the problem, and if they could deal with Boston, the rest of the colonies would fall in line.
Boston is the center point of the Revolution. It's where the ideas first circulated. It's where some of the most important moments happened at the beginning and spread from there.
When the British closed the port of Boston, that's when the revolution really started. They couldn't tolerate that.
We had to go back and get our historian to find us accurate maps from the era of what Boston and New York looked like. These are actual replicas of the cities.
If you're familiar with those cities, you should have that sort of eerie feeling of finding familiar sights.
We really wanted to push the animations and just make it look like it's a real living world.
As you walk through the crowd, you'll also see animals in the streets.
They'd have a pig, they just clip his ear in a certain way, and they'd let him go in the street. And then he'd eat garbage, and then when it was time to eat the pig, you'd go and find your pig, and you'd slaughter it and eat your pig.
We've got a lot of new ingredients that just bring a new, fresh feeling to the gameplay inside of the cities.
We have these great new stalking zones that you're going to find throughout the cities. It's a great way for you to remain hidden from your enemies and actually be able to sneak up to them so that you could assassinate.
We've got this amazing dynamic weather system in, so we can see not just the time of day passing, but also going in and seeing the same environments, not just in the summer, but in the winter as well.
Even though it's a much more condensed area in the city, you actually have to be more careful.
There will be carts moving past, so as you're running along the buildings, escaping some snipers, you'll be able to just dive off into a hay cart that's driving past. You'll be able to jump out of that, free run quickly through the streets, through a building, and jump out the other side. See people inside freaking out as you run past through their kitchen.
Living on the frontier was extremely difficult. Not only did you have harsh winters, cold, freezing temperatures, in the summer you had heat, humidity, so it was a gamble every year that you were out on the frontier, whether you're going to make it or not.
For AC3, the biggest difference is just having access to the frontier. So this huge wilderness area that you can sort of explore at your own pace.
It's a forest, the navigation in a very new environment, in a very organic environment as well.
In the frontier, you'll be able to navigate through deep snow, but also snow does impact your gameplay. It will slow down you as well as your enemies.
Once we decided that we were going to build the frontier, we realized obviously we need to populate that area. So animals became a very big deal. We have over 24 different species of animals in the game. There's an entire hunting loop that you can engage in. Whenever you're building elements such as animals, you're halfway trying to be real and halfway trying to fulfill that fantasy of what people expect.
That's the important thing about the bear. It has to be something that when you see one, you're scared in the game because it's so difficult. Like, we have wolves and you should be able to take them down, but the bear's the big one.
If you're a part of the push out into the frontier, you're dealing with animals on your doorstep every day and not many people to help you out. It's a very dangerous time. Games are built around challenge, so anytime you have a risk, whether it's the risk of animals, then this is something that allows us to build gameplay.
One of the great new features we have in the frontier is the new tree running. Connor being really fluid and being able to navigate through the trees. The frontier is really our new playground.
This war at sea was truly a global war and involved not only the British, but the French and the Spanish and the Dutch.
Naval engagement of that period was all about closing the distance.
Boarding is the end game. You've got to be able to close with the enemy, get alongside, then get on board to steal his ship. You want to take that ship intact if you can, because that's where you get your prize. The prize is whatever is on that ship that you want.
When the revolution started, the British had over 130 ships of the line. Americans had none. So they had to build a navy from scratch in a hurry. Now the French helped a little bit and donated a couple of ships. But then Yankee ingenuity kicked in and the privateer was born.
A privateer is a legalized pirate, a private vessel that operates with the authorization of the government to attack enemy commerce.
The glory of the privateer was if you caught a British ship, a cargo ship out on the high seas and captured it, you brought it back to port, those goods were sold and you got a share in that.
During the Revolutionary War, over 2,000 British merchantmen were captured by privateers. That's over $66 million worth of commerce. The privateers held the line and kept us alive. They bled the British white.
By the middle decades of the 18th century, the British had the most powerful navy in the world.
The Royal Navy was very well organized and was very disciplined. The privateers, on the other hand, benefited from not being as disciplined, but being well-trained and very aggressive.
It became a real problem for the British because they had to use their warships to guard their convoys.
The privateers could exercise a tremendous amount of initiative to take advantage of changes in weather, to sneak up, to use any advantage that they could.
A privateer was very much a mercenary. If you saw a ship on the distance and chased it, and it happened to be a British man-of-war, you were going to prison. But you were not going to be treated well. You were not thought of as an enemy soldier or sailor. You were thought of as basically a pirate.
Naval warfare was absolutely decisive to success in the American Revolution. Commerce comes by sea. At the same time, invaders come by sea. You control the sea and you control the conflict.
It's a huge part of the historical period. The revolution is won pretty much at Yorktown by a blockade of ships.
You know, we can't ignore this part of the history. This is critical. This is something that we have to do. We started a whole team up just to specifically focus on the naval experience.
Naval combat has been a huge challenge. The technology of the wind, the water simulation has been a massive undertaking for the team.
Initially, we didn't even think it was feasible because it's a big moving structure.
It's a full simulation on high seas where Connor is controlling a ship, he's controlling a crew as well, so he's kind of the master and commander on the ship.
Very exciting. I mean, you are on a moving vessel that is very much part of the sea itself.
This is something that we wanted to engage in and build for the game.
That was a huge challenge that we set ourselves and actually turned out pretty good.
If you haven't played any Assassin's Creed games before, we really think this is a great point to get on board.
It is a new story, it is a new character.
This team is full of people who love making Assassin's Creed, who are delivering just an astoundingly polished and fun experience. As a creator, nothing gets better.
To be frank, it just looks great. Seeing all of this coming together at the end, it's amazing.
For new fans, really, this is about as good as it gets. It's by far the biggest and best Assassins yet.
Alright, but yeah, that's all of the behind the scenes I wanted to showcase for today. So that was all 4 parts of the intern released by Ubisoft behind the scenes making of series. There's also another one by IGN, but that one we're gonna watch next time. Because we still want to make a bit more progress today with the game, of course, and more of the side content, finally. And yeah, I want to focus first on getting the rest of the Homestead missions done that are still available to us, like this one down here in Frontier. And then I was gonna check back on Davenport and Boston, if there's any other Homestead missions that spawn there. But yeah, let's have a look down here, shall we? Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that look behind the scenes of the creation of AC3. I think it's definitely amazing, you know, seeing the amount of like scope and dedication, you know, the developers had, trying to make it realistic but also authentic to the AC series, you know, making it like fresh and unique as well. There's a chest here that I really want to get actually. Also, Haver Prom, welcome in. Right, that works. A little bit of money there. How about you be watching the AC Unity Co-op tomorrow? You can't play it yourself. The scars haven't fully healed since the last time you played it. That's definitely fair. Don't worry about it. And if you still want to join, either way, you're always welcome to. But yeah, definitely also welcome to just watch. We're probably gonna have Mexi and Demise joining us for some co-op tomorrow. And then of course anybody else who wants to join as well. But But yeah, for anybody that might haven't seen on Discord or the other time when I was announcing it, tomorrow we're actually gonna be doing Exception Saturday stream. Because I wanted to celebrate the 2,000 followers milestone that we have recently reached. And yeah, we're gonna be doing a little kind of a community stream where all the games that I will be playing are kind of like are open, I guess, for the community to join. Which means I will only play co-op and multiplayer games primarily. And yeah, that will include Unity co-op, Rocket League, where we're gonna be joined by Kobe and maybe also Moru. I'm probably gonna be playing some Forza 5 actually, because I know it has quite a good player base and it's also very easy to jump in. And yeah, lots of others. Maybe even some League of Legends or something if people are down for that.
Take what you deserve, rebel.
So yeah, everyone is welcome to join in there tomorrow.
You deserve, rebel. Shut that whore up. Take what you deserve, rebel. You've been warned. You asked for it.
What happened?
They demanded we give our entire yield to the crown. Warren refused. They killed our animals, salted our earth, then dragged us out. You saw what followed. I'm afraid we have nothing to give you in thanks, stranger. We have nothing left.
Perhaps there is something you could do instead.
Anything.
I live in a small community not far from here. The soil is rich. The people I live with would have need of fresh vegetables, wheat, or corn. If you were to rebuild your farm, you may prosper.
What kindness is this? We'll certainly come see. Thank you.
Nice. That's Warren and Prudence having joined for Homestead as well now. Which means you now have ways to get farming ingredients. RJ could knew of the same place you did the previous time before the last main mission. The game gives you 5 to 6 side missions with double bosses and others with waves of super hard enemies. You just don't have the patience. The game simply tells you to fuck off. That really sucks, you know. That's a very odd kind of like mission design, I would say. You design it in such a way that like all of it gets thrown at you at like the last possible point before being able to finish the game. Makes you think what the thought process was there, you know, doing it like that.
What's your pleasure today?
Connor. Hey there, Anakin. Welcome in. I could actually sell items here for 2,400 total. I could also keep using this for the trading instead. I think I'm actually gonna sell my wolf pelts for now, just to have a bit more money here. And you get wolf pelts quite quickly as well.
So, what can I do for you, Manor?
Can I buy something? We could buy poison darts. Maybe one. Because it can be nice for a stove actually. Citizen mission items. This is locked behind the Homestead actually. We also now have access to some of the outfits here, including the Boston outfit, the Jamestown outfit, Charlestown, And then some of the legacy outfits like Ezio's. We also have Bayek. These are all kind of like part of the remastered. Like Bayek's outfit hasn't been, of course, part of the original because Origins wasn't a thing yet until 5 years later. You have Shay Cormac, Jacob Fry, Edward Kenway, Arno Dorian from Unity, Alexios from Odyssey, and Aguilar's outfit from the Assassin's Creed movie. Let's have a look at the accounting book here. Now that an artisan has set it on the homestead, the crafting section of Ledger has been unlocked. Ah yeah, now we can craft arrows. Let's make 2 of them. Recipes can be collected throughout the world. Each time you find a recipe, it will be added to the recipe viewer. Hey there, Ethan. Welcome in. Baton Hagedon. Yeah. Definitely good to be back with this character. Just getting started really with his storyline now that he's taking on the assassin robes and all that. But yeah, let's actually go ahead and buy some farm products here. We can get some beeswax, some actual eggs, honey, and milk. We can also get charcoal, oak bark, and oak lumber. We can buy catnip and snake root. We can also start buying pelts, but that's actually quite expensive right now because we don't really have much money. I'm just gonna get the meat here. Let's have another look if we can craft anything here. We can craft another land convoy, so I'm gonna do that. Actually 2 of them. And that's it. Okay, let's go ahead and sell some items that we have actually gotten with Connor, because we didn't have to buy any of these, which means like guaranteed profit. So I'm gonna go to the Bobcat pelt here, choose 3 of them. And yeah, I guess we're going to select Hancock store number 5 here. Giving us a potential £543 profit. Not too bad for a start. Let's also go ahead and sell some, let's see, deer pelts, I guess. Oh yeah, that gives some good money actually. And finally, we're gonna go and sell some hair pelts as well. Never mind, we don't actually give that good of money here. Let's go for a bobcat pelt and for the cougar pelt and the elk pelt as well. That works. There's a good chance at least one of them is gonna be attacked because the risk is 35% for each one of them to be attacked. So gotta make sure to keep track of my notifications so we can defend our convoy or not lose them forever. Harbinger, you remember the PTSD from farming beaver furs? It took so much time to get money for every weapon in the game. That's fair. It can definitely be a bit tricky to get enough money in this game. But there are some really good recipes for things, for example, like fine clothing. Like once you get the recipe for fine clothing, which of course you need first for, and you then have naval trading unlocked, you can make like so much profit. It's actually crazy. But yeah, I do like the trading system a lot in this game because it feels so much more natural than the bank system from the Ezio games, even though I did love the bank system. I do like how it's like very connected with, you know, the game world and the homestead and all that. Even you beat the Mafia Definitive Edition yesterday? Did you? How did you like the game? Was it good? Okay, let's have a look at the homestead here to see if there's any new missions that have unlocked there. Indeed. Oh damn, in one sitting. Or almost one sitting. So how long did it take you to beat the story then? $10? That's alright, I guess. For a game like that.
Find them. I will handle it. Stop!
What's the trouble, Connor? Saw you tear past chasing a man.
He was trying to rob your home. It has been dealt with.
What? Oh, the women. Is everyone all right? You should have been there. What? I told you to head back. I didn't need you.
Since when is a skinny runt like you safe out in the bush alone?
If Diana's hurt, I swear you'll be the one.
These two. It's like, yeah, sure, you should definitely expect that to happen. Sounds like a plan, Ethan. Definitely. I didn't need ya. Yeah, it's kind of funny, the manner of speaking. Oh, nice beaver pelts here. Actually, they're really, really good. Plus, beavers are quite easy to hunt because they're quite slow. Gotcha, Ethan. Yeah, myself, I haven't played any of the Mafia games yet, but I definitely want to get into the series eventually. So I'm still debating if I want to play the original Mafia or the Definitive Edition instead. Kind of like see how it was like back when it was released. I mean, they had the same voice actors and everything, right, to re-record the dialogue, I think, for the Definitive Edition. So there could definitely be an argument to play that version, I guess, if they, you know, try to get like the original team and voice actors on board for it. Yeah, definitely, I would imagine it to be quite I mean, maybe outdated is not the right word, but definitely know what you mean.
Connor! Thank God you are here. Prudence is missing. She went out to gather some things this morning and never returned. I'm worried sick. What if she's hurt?
I will find her.
The dog might help track her down. He has a good nose. Come on, boy!
What a good boy.
He has been gathering evening primrose almost every night. She is obsessed with the oil it yields. That is all going to stop now. I don't understand why she wants so damn much of the stuff.
Oh, there's certainly a reason for it. Do some Vosa conditioner missions. Yeah, there definitely has to be like first, of course, you gotta actually recruit these two to the Homestead. And then for other Homestead missions to trigger, some other Homesteaders have to be there and stuff, so it's like all connected in a way.
She picked some here. She can't be far. We should split up to cover more ground. Prudence! Prudence! Where are you?
Thank you so much, Connor. Thank you. I don't want to think what might have happened if you had not arrived. I saw some primrose growing there, and the bear just came charging at me.
Why are you gathering primrose?
Well, Warren and I have been trying to conceive a child for a long time now. I read that evening primrose encourages fertility.
Where are you?
I'm sorry, this is not a proper conversation given the circumstance.
I understand. Not another word on the matter.
Prudence!
Thank you.
Prudence! Are you all right, my love?
I'll be fine. Thanks to Connor.
Thank you, Connor. Once again.
Nice. Does actually unlock another optional conversation here.
Hello, Connor.
Hello.
Is something the matter?
No, nothing that need worry you.
I would not pry, but please know that if there was anything I could do to help, I would.
It's all right. Connor already knows half of it. As you know, we've been trying to have a child, Connor, for a long time. Thus far, we've not been blessed even once. It takes its toll after a time.
You must not force such things. Nature will grant you with a young one when the time is right.
We hope you're right, Connor. At the very least, we are at peace here.
yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good foundation, you know, to kind of like feel safer, I guess, and be content where you are for trying to start a family like that, you know. So there's like a few more things less to worry about. I hope none of my convoys have been attacked, actually. Because if so, I haven't seen notification. Let's have a look at the notification center here. 2 Boston, 5. Yeah, it seems to be good. None of them seem to have been attacked, according to the notification center at least.
You need to stop it!
Not again. These two.
I told you! Didn't I need your help? Oh, if you'd listened, none of this would have happened!
Terry, I'm fine. Leave it alone, Godfrey.
Quit putting this on me. I told you we didn't need to be cutting that day, so shut your mouth.
Leave it alone, Godfrey.
I'm gonna
Time I
beat
set
you
you straight.
senseless. I'm gonna beat you senseless. Come on, scapegrace. Only way to shut you up.
What a fun mini game. Yeah, I remember the first time I tried this. I literally like rage quitted, I think, on that mission. Can be a bit annoying if you have to like focus on 2 other things at the same time, you know.
All right? There's no need for this.
Yeah, he's a blockhead.
You'll cool off in a spell. Just need some time is all.
Are you not angry, Godfrey?
Me? Not at all. Terry's just got himself a temper, and I won't let him get away with it. It's really no trouble. He'll calm down. The runt couldn't do much damage anyway.
Does this happen often?
Ha! I was just telling Lance how I can set that calendar by these events. It's really not a worry, Connor. But I appreciate your concern.
Well, I guess that's sorted for now. Maybe don't work together then. Well, you could say it would be the logical conclusion. But I guess it's just kind of like one of those relationships where we like each other, but they still, you know, have like conflict every now and then. But they can't be too angry at each other for a long time, I guess. Well then, that finishes all of the Homestead missions in Davenport. Let's have another look back to the frontier here, just to see if there's a new one that spawned, which I don't think is the case. Nope. But we can check now on Boston. Maybe there's a Homestead mission there.
Get off me!
Oh yeah.
Have a taste of my boot, Frenchie.
Get off me, Baptiste!
Have a taste of my boot, Frenchie.
A little help, s'il vous plaît!
Ha! Go back to where you came from.
Get off me, Baptiste! Thank you, my friend. They
May
had a
you
little too much
walk
beer and
the
didn't
land
like the sound
of the
my voice.
Dwarfs.
I was only talking to that girl.
Your accent is unfamiliar. Where are you from?
North of here. Province de Quebec.
And what brings you to Boston?
I am a miner by trade, but it's hard to find work. People don't listen to me because of my accent.
It might be our meeting was fate. I hail from a village just a few miles north of here. There are the beginnings of a mine. I do not know what is in there, but you might find what you are looking for within.
I'll come have a look. If there is something good, maybe we'll talk, eh?
Oh yeah. That's yet another homesteader unlocked to Davenport. Oh yeah, Harbinger. Love those finisher moves, especially when you use a tool to kind of like continue your killing chain, killing spree chain, I guess. And that will kind of like do, you know, 2-for-1 kind of like kill. Is this turkey trying to attack me or something? I guess it is. Doesn't like me apparently. Also, hey there, Nero. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Got another Frontiersmen mission here. The Monster of the Sea.
I'm not one for sailing, but I know it's out there. Some call it a kraken, others just a sea monster. They say it's 50 feet long if it's an inch, and it rolls ships for sport. You won't find me on the high seas searching for the beast. That's a guarantee I can give you. But it's a riddle that needs solving.
Listen to conversations around town. Sure, we can do that. Over here, apparently. We should probably also do some notoriety here because guards are kind of like starting to investigate us. That's better. And also get a viewpoint here.
seen the serpent? You bet your arse I seen the serpent. Thing was horrifying. Where was it? Just out past the breakwater. Came up to the surface to have a look, then plunged right back down again. The parts I saw was 30 feet. Who knows how much remained underwater?
Jack say there's an old man that's always around when the beast appears.
Jack say a lot of things.
But this be one, I believe. They say he commands the thing.
Some old man ordering a kraken about? What a bunch of fluff.
Dunno, mate. A lot of men I trust spin the same yarn.
Reminds me of Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean, you know. His ability to order the kraken.
You hear the serpent weaver died.
The old thief's buried not far from here. Man was a polite. Good riddance. That old fellow people said called the Kraken bought the farm not long ago. Nobody's seen the beast since.
So it was true then?
Didn't say that. Maybe you could ask his widow. She won't lead his grave.
You come to pay your respects. You're the first. He didn't have many friends. People just didn't understand. He was a good trader, a good husband. I never wanted for anything.
Okay, let's go ahead and invest the workshop here. So we can uncover the mystery behind the Kraken. Now that he's dead. Found the sea monster. It was a disguise after all. The American sea monster. Connor says people across Boston spoke of seeing the monster. Reports varied in the details, but most agreed that it was long and black and only appeared in the presence of an old man. Turns out the creature was the old man himself, diving in the water with a contraption that allowed him to breathe while submerged. The machine itself was as startling as any monster, but it poses no danger to ships. And that finishes yet another Frontiersmen mission. Very nice indeed. Well, I guess I would have to go back again to check that. Let's have a quick look. If it unlocks like a new mission or if it's the continuation. Ah yeah, that's a new one. Okay, I'm not gonna do this just yet, because there's still other things I wanna do first. Okay. So there's no other urgent mission currently in regards to the Homestead here. Let's go back to Davenport again, to see if, now that Norris have set it there, there's new missions featuring him. Yeah, we got one down here. Pretty sure that's where he's located. think Prudence is trying to fight off the rabbits or something. But of course catch her at the very end of that activity, so I couldn't track it anymore. Okay, that's one. Nice. Let's see if I can't finish that entry for them. The next activity. A T-pose run though. Okay, that's the secret database entry here for farmers. To say that farming was a difficult occupation in colonial America would be an understatement. Farmers had to clear their lot of rocks and trees before working the soil in the hope that it would yield effective results. It could take years before a farm would become fully sustainable. Apart from a few visits to nearby settlements to trade equipment and supplies or sell whatever was in surplus from their crops, farmers would often remain on their land their whole life. Farmers had to be autonomous. They had to take care of their home, farming equipment, livestock, as well as producing the necessary supplies to sustain living in sometimes harsh conditions, especially in northern regions. So if you enjoy backbreaking work in a lonely atmosphere, this would be the job for you. And if that was their slogan, they needed a better marketing department. Yeah, it's crazy how far the farming industry has come. So it isn't quite as back-breaking anymore as it has been. Yeah, my grandma, she still grew up on like a farm where they didn't really have like a lot of modern foods, and stuff. So you had to basically do a lot of work on the farm, like starting at a very young age, still being a child essentially. And it definitely was backbreaking work, that's for sure. The White Trophy. So it isn't a mission for Norris directly, it's actually in regards to Miriam, the huntress. But there will be a connection to Norris though, so we'll feature him.
Could you make a little more noise? Been fixing to trap a cougar I've seen prowling about. The beast has snapped 2 of my snares already. From what I've seen, its fur is white, mad as it sounds. Its hide would be worth a fortune to the right person.
I have never seen a cougar like that. I would like to help you.
I'll follow you then. Stay quiet. Got his trail yet? Look at the size of those claw marks. Better shoot true. He has a taste for fresh meat. Seen this before. Looks fresh. He's close. There he goes! We won't get another chance at this. Come on, Connor. We won't see him again after this. This is our only shot. Hurry up.
It's kind of funny, like you can actually kill it, but they will fail the mission because you have to wait
Connor, we
for the
won't see
cutscene
him
to
again
happen.
after this. This is our only shot. Hurry up.
That's kind of funny, because technically this would be the best situation for you to get the cougar immediately. But yeah, that's not how it happens canonically, so you can't actually kill it beforehand.
You must be here for my new friend. I was dumping a load and he went straight in. Lucky I wasn't in there.
Very. What are you thinking, Miriam?
Flush and fire. Norse can back off. One of us goes in there to draw him out, and the other waits out here to shoot.
I will go in.
Nice shot! Thank you, Miriam.
Nice. And that's when Norris actually kind of like fell for Miriam, I guess, in a way, because yeah, she isn't really like what Norris would have imagined, I guess, you know, like her taking responsibility of a situation and you know, killing the cougar by herself pretty much, you know, and yeah, like really being like an emancipated, independent woman is something, I guess, that he really loves about her, and isn't something that he's necessarily used to, you know, from what he's like, also like from how society, I guess, is kind of like built up at this point. So yeah, that's why Norris kind of like is interested in Miriam in the first place, yeah. Which I think is great, you know, that eventually they find each other and they love each other for who they are, I guess. But yeah, that's all of the Homestead missions, I think, done that we can do up until this point. I'm still gonna go ahead and check on the Frontier again, and once more in Boston, but I do believe that's all of it. Okay, yeah, fully caught up with all of the Homestead. That's good, because I was kind of like on my priority list here for today. But yeah, that means we can do a little bit more of a main story here. Maybe 1 or 2 more missions before I'm gonna call it for today. Let's head over here.
Sanctions and demonstrations won't suffice, Sam. We need to act, and I'm talking about more than a sternly worded letter.
I sympathize with your frustrations, Jackson, but surely you can understand my reluctance to kick the hornet's nest.
Paul Revere. You will have heard of Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, of course. He was one of several riders sent to warn Lexington and Concord of a coming military raid on the 18th of April 1775. Revere's role in the revolution was larger than that, however. He was a member of the Sons of Liberty and the Continental Congress and a participant in the Boston Tea Party. By trade, Revere was a silversmith and one of the most skilled craftsmen in the colonies. He also did copper plate engraving, most notably the image of a Boston massacre that depicts British soldiers firing into the unarmed crowd at point-blank range. A very effective piece of propaganda. You get very little copper plate propaganda these days. It's a dying art, really. Revere was also a shrewd businessman, and he went where the money was. When silverwork wasn't paying the bills, he made dental tools, and when gunpowder was scarce during the Revolutionary War, He built a gunpowder mill. After the war ended, River expanded his business into bell forging, eventually making the bell that hangs in King's Chapel a Boston landmark.
Ah, Connor. Hello again. What brings you to Boston?
You.
Would you excuse us, fellows? Thank you. That conversation was about to turn unpleasant. Now, what can I do for you?
I was hoping you could help me locate William Johnson.
Of course. I'm headed to a meeting with some men who should be able to help. Why don't you come along? It's good to see the people finally taking a stand against injustice.
Says the man who owns a slave.
Ooh, sorry?
Surrey was a servant in the household of Samuel Adams from about 1765 onward. She was given to Adams' second wife, Elizabeth Wells, as a wedding present, because nothing says you care like, here, have a human being. However, Adams was morally opposed to slavery and insisted that she be freed before she came to live with him. She was and worked for the Adams family for nearly 50 years, which would be so much less fun than working for the Adams family. Incidentally, while Adams wouldn't own slaves himself, it wasn't something he fought particularly hard for during his political career. He did support anti-slavery measures in Massachusetts, but never forced the issue if it was going to cause friction between the states. Getting along with other politicians was just so much more important. I'm obviously talking about Samuel Adams here, not Gomez. At reference to the Adams family. Gomez being the father in that show or movie, depending on what you look at, or comics I guess, because that's where they have originated from, I believe.
I practice what I preach, my friend. She's not a slave, but a freed woman, at least on paper. Men's minds are not so easily turned. It's a tragedy that for all our progress, still we cling to such barbarism.
Then speak out against it.
We must focus first on defending our rights. When this is done, we'll have the luxury of addressing these other matters.
You speak as though your condition is equal to that of the slaves. It is not.
Tell that to my neighbor who was compelled to quarter British troops, or to my friend whose store was closed because he displeased the crown. The people here are no freer than Surrey.
You offer excuses instead of solutions. All people should be equal, and not in turns.
It's in turns, or not at all.
Hey! It's my home, no matter what you thieves called taxmen say! If the gums in Parliament who want to take my property, you tell them to sail across the pond and take it themselves!
It's not open for discussion now. Open this door or these men will break it down! Ah!
Ah, bollocks! We're coming in!
Ah! Oh!
I trust the mounting evidence is proof enough, Connor.
Continue on. I shall meet you at our destination.
Okay, that's a forced combat scenario here.
Justice for once. I dare the governor to send more.
You all right?
I'm fine. It's not my first dance. For all their teeth and claws, these little foxes, they fight like puppies. Thank you, my friend. I'd buy you an ale, but I'm expecting somewhere else.
Okay, gotta stay below notoriety level 2 here. Let's go ahead and bribe our way back to Anonymous to ensure that doesn't happen anymore. Connor's so right. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely exposing some of the hypocrisy that Samuel Adams and some of the other revolutionaries have, you know. On the other hand, I can also understand Samuel Adams' position that he's trying to be very tactical in whose rights he's speaking out for. But yeah, you know, he's definitely also using questionable methods, I guess, to achieve his goals.
Connor, I'd like you to meet some like-minded friends. The owner of this fine establishment, William Molyneux, and the manager and chef of his newest venture, Stéphane Chaffeau.
Ah, Connor and I just had a ball with some red coats enforcing some taxmen outside my home.
The collectors grow bolder and more forceful. Something we must address, Samuel.
Then let us raise a banner. Something to let the people know that they are not alone. The docks are an angry place of late. Protesters picketing the latest shipments of British tea. The eyes of the city are upon that stage.
A Bostonian without his tea is a dangerous beast.
William Johnson is smuggling the tea off the ships. One of his men tried to sell me this. A sample of what I refused. But it's from those ships. No mistaking the stamp. He's charging a king's ransom. Must be he's making a mint off those who buy it.
Where is he now?
I've never met the man.
May I ask why you seek him, Connor?
He intends to purchase the land upon which my village stands, without the consent of my people.
No doubt the revenue from his little smuggling endeavor is financing the acquisition. A tax enforced on tea grants a boon to smugglers. I'll wager the same men who levy the taxes are selling the tea. A stage requires a spectacle, and I may know the play. Connor.
Yep, what a bunch of bastards. It's like, yeah, let's steal the tea, then sell it for lots of money, also collect the taxes, and then we buy the land of the Mohawk people. Typical Templar plan. Alright, but like Connor said, it's easy to have that stance when you're not affected by it. That as well, you know, would definitely put you in a different position if you would be the one being suppressed, I guess. William Molyneux doesn't usually make the list of well-known revolutionaries, mostly because he didn't live to see the outbreak of the revolution. He died in 1774. He was, however, one of the major Whig agitators in the years before the war started, right up there with Samuel Adams and John Hancock. Molyneux was a British bond merchant and supporter of the Patriot cause. As far as revolutionaries go, that makes him a bit of an outlier. British bond colonists tended to be loyalists. He was Anglican as well, and those congregations were decidedly British-leaning. However, couldn't doubt Molyneux's devotion to the cause. He was known for being something of a hothead, so much so that he threatened people with death when they violated boycotts on British goods. Seems a bit extreme. He would have a bloody field day on the forums. On the night of the Boston Tea Party, Molyneux disappeared from the crowd outside of the Old South Meeting House, where almost every other well-known revolutionary leader was there, still talking to the crowd. Molyneux was, of course, supervising the dumping of the tea. For this reason alone, I am prepared to call him the most evil man in history. Habe ja the Diablo 4 open beta is available during this weekend. You're really tempted to buy it if it's good. I have no other games that you plan to buy apart from The Last of Us and the Return to Monkey Island. That's fair. It's kinda cool they make like an open beta here for the weekend. Definitely good opportunity to check it out, I guess, and see if it's worth getting into.
And see to the destruction of the tea. If you should need us, return here.
Pardon me. Oh, come on, mate.
It was Arno's voice actor yet again. The Tea Act passed in 1773. It was an attempt by the British government to prop up the British East India Company by allowing it to ship tea to the colonies directly from India, without having it go through Britain first. This made the tea much less expensive, even cheaper than the tea the colonists were smuggling from the Dutch, to avoid paying British taxes. The problem was that even with the cheaper prices, the British government was still collecting taxes on the tea, meaning buying the tea would run counter to the colonial no taxation without representation stance. The move was seen as, and probably was, Parliament's sneaky attempt to get the colonies to unconsciously agree to one tax, in the hope of implementing others. The colonists didn't fall for it, and attempts to force the unloading of East India tea in Boston caused the Boston Tea Party, perhaps the worst tea party of all time. It wasn't even catered. You people are savages. It's always funny to me that he addresses the player and Desmond as Americans. It makes sense, of course, since he's in lore talking to Desmond, you know. But I guess since the game has also been maybe like tailored towards an American audience, you know, I guess it's kind of like also a bit of a fourth wall break there in a way. So over there we have a liberation mission, which is kind of like a opportunity to kind of like fight against oppression, for instance. And you have to do like multiple of them to raise the awareness of a potential assassin recruit in the district. I'm not gonna do it for this mission though, because it will definitely get me detected here. Gonna focus on that afterwards. Okay, we gotta use powder kegs to destroy the smuggled cargo and use firearms at a maximum of 6 times total. Okay, there's 2 guys there. But where are the powder kegs? That's one. I swear the stealth is so much more difficult in this game, considering they like immediately go to you if you're like inside a restricted area. In the previous game, you know, you always had like much longer time before I would actually go ahead and, you know, go to your position immediately. You would first have kind of like an suspicious meter where you had several seconds. And then if the bar would fill red, then they would go and check out your position. Whereas in this game, you know, it's like immediately there. It completely skips the suspicious phase, I guess, of investigation. Which definitely makes the stealth more difficult than the other Ezio games. Okay, let's head over here. The last third of this game is so hard to get 100% on, from a final air assassination to chasing Charles Lee and trying not to push people. Yeah, that chase can definitely be a bit tricky. Then also that you have to be like super close to Charles Lee while chasing him as well. Not an easy one to do right. Okay, I'm thinking about going around here, actually. Just to avoid all of the guards inside the restricted area. Okay, that worked. It was very close though. It allows swimming to remain undetected. Yeah, it can be a really good way for sure to remain stealthy. Also that you can kind of like dive underwater as well. I wonder how long you can actually dive underwater in this game. Like almost 10 seconds or something, I would guess. Okay, the good thing is there are actually no guards here, so that should be an easy one. Let's go ahead and refill this one. Nice. That does it. The mission with the tea crates is very annoying too, especially the air assassination you think it was for the bonus objective. Yeah. I definitely gotta debate the game a little bit there by getting like a slightly higher ground than the enemies, which will still trigger air assassination sometimes. Yeah, it can be definitely a tricky one. Okay, so now it seems that my main objective is to actually stop these guys here, which is basically impossible to do stealthy given it's 5 guys total. And I don't have any smoke bombs or anything. So I'm gonna consider this to be a forced detection scenario. Meaning it will be exempt from the stealth challenge here. This particular scene. Okay, let's run. Okay, that works. That was basically to introduce the you know, kind of like liberation missions here. But yeah, I'm gonna continue with them after the mission. Ah, okay. Gotta do it again, so that's another forced combat scenario here. Okay, I got another one of these here. Can't do it right next to other guards because that will get me detected yet again, so let's chase him a little bit. The thing is, there's like so many guards around the city that can be very tricky to get the perfect timing here. I could also just try poisoning the guy. But there's like guards everywhere here. Okay, that does it. Nice. And yeah, now that that is done, we can actually go ahead and meet Stefan. Since we have now kind of like done enough in the district to, yeah, kind of like suggest to him that maybe he should also join forces with the assassins. Quite a few of recipes out of there. Okay, I think we're gonna do one more thing today, and I think I wanna do this fort. Now, forts are actually really tough to do completely stealthy, because there's guards everywhere, and if they spot a dead body, it's like open conflict season, essentially. It's that bad that I was actually thinking about making exemptions for the forts, because it can sometimes feel like almost impossible to 100% stealth, but I'm gonna attempt it, I guess. But yeah, much more difficult than, for example, the Borgia Towers or Templar Dens in Brotherhood and Revelations, respectively. But yeah, once one guard spots another dead body, it's like everyone is alerted, kind of deal. It's crazy how much it escalates. Okay, I guess we gotta try to find a way inside here. Over here we have two guys to take care of. Outside the restricted area, so maybe... Let's do this. That gives us entrance here. Switch to the bow because that can be a nice one-hit kill depending on the enemy. Okay, there's two guys here. Let's have a look if they are looking around or not. Alright. Damn, 7,500. I like it. Okay, so far so good. I'd really love to have another poison dart here, but that's not happening. Can't whistle this guy over here either. I can however try to run over there into the bushes. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's what I mean, like, immediately they go to you.
Get back here! He's taking it!
Give over. He's vanished.
I swear, the way the stealth system works in this game is so damn difficult sometimes, like what the fuck.
Come back here, you great Jesse! I don't see now. Let's get over.
Okay. Let's go over here. Yeah, this captain should go the other way again, but he's just like staying there, Ernie. Why is he not moving anymore? Kinda annoying. Let's see if I can go on the building here and get him from there. But he's directly looking in our direction here, so that's not ideal. He's also on his guard as well. See if I can get in from behind here by climbing the wall. Seriously, game. I can't go around here at this corner? Oh, man. Like, what is the logic behind this that I can't go around here? And I'm like literally now in the vision field of a guy. And he's not walking around anymore. It's like, seriously? It's like the game wants me to be detected or something. I gotta go all the way around again. Logged in for Diablo 4 beta 1 hour queue. Damn. Yeah, that's to be expected, I guess. Yeah, I guess we alert him now. He's also walking backwards. What the fuck? What is he doing? Game? This is like flawless right now. Don't fall down. Thank you. Do you see that on the minimap? Like his symbol is still appearing and still moving sometimes as well. Really weird bugs here happening. But yeah, that should do it. We gotta ignite this one. The moonwalking guard. He did it earlier than Michael Jackson. A true innovator. Now we gotta take care of the flag here. But I killed all the guards inside already, so should be safe here. Damn. It actually worked quite well, considering that forts are extremely difficult to stealth, and I was definitely very close to getting detected a couple of times there, given how the stealth system works in this game. But yeah, the other forts are not gonna be quite as easy and convenient, because some of the guard placement, like where they were located, was definitely in favor of stealth here. The others are not as forgiving. Nice. That lowers the tax rate for trading and also reduces the risk for trading as well, to Boston at least. And inside the forts you also have always chests that give you like lots of money or recipes. So they're a really good way of like getting more money in total and having like trade benefits essentially. Remastered AI. Yeah, to be honest, I feel like the AI worked better in the original than it did in the remaster. Also look at this fella. He's sitting in the air. His leg's not even connected to the ground. He's fine. Me neither, Carbon. Yeah, there's definitely some odd bugs that can happen with either version of AC3, that's for sure. Greatest mime performance you've ever seen. Definitely got the talent there. We should think about profiting on that. But yeah, let's have a look at the DNA tracker here. So we're currently at 25% total sync, and we've gotten 45% of the enemy's database already unlocked. Damn. But yeah, we're also only reading the people and event database entries, of course. Alright. But yeah, this is gonna be where I will call it today for AC3. I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me for more of this game. Next time we're gonna definitely finish with Sequence 6, and we will also unlock the Brotherhood kind of like mechanic, which means we're gonna focus a bit more on getting all the assassins recruited in Boston, and then of course once we get to New York, also ones there. Because it's gonna take a substantial amount of time to get them to Master Assassin rank, so I want to get started with that as soon as possible. And then I'm also gonna start with the naval missions, I think, next time. Maybe do a couple pack-leg missions, privateer contracts, and that kind of stuff. And of course, whenever Homestead missions become available, I will do them pretty much immediately. So we can kind of like unlock that as fast as possible as well for the trading and economy system. But yeah, for today this shall be it. So let's go ahead and exit out to menu here. And yeah, let's have a look to see who's online and who we could raid today. No worries, Aura, Rod, and Carbon. Thank you all so much for joining us today for more of this. So there's gonna be a stream on the weekend tomorrow because we're gonna be doing the celebration stream for 2,000 followers. We're gonna be playing all kinds of multiplayer and co-op games, including Assassin's Creed Unity and Rocket League, but also Forza Horizon. So if anybody wants to join up for that tomorrow, then you're more than welcome to join in for that. Because yeah, literally everybody is welcome to join. As long, of course, as the platforms align with each other, or if it's a cross-platform game. But yeah, I hope to catch some of you guys for that tomorrow. It's gonna be a bit of a different stream than usual, but yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. And to play some games together with viewers and stuff, and some old friends of the channel as well. Indeed, Harbinger, indeed. But yeah, before we go ahead and raid out though, I want to give a couple shoutouts as well. I would highly recommend checking out Rod, Brawler, and Ronnie if you haven't before. They're all big fans of the AC series and have played a couple of the games already on stream. Rod is doing his annual playthrough himself actually of Assassin's Creed 3, currently doing a no desync challenge. Where every time that would lead to like a desynchronization, he has to replay the entire memory again. He's also currently doing a playthrough of the Tomb Raider games. Actually of two right now. For one, he's playing through Shadow of the Tomb Raider with a no death challenge. So trying to beat the entire game without even dying once. And he's also been doing his 10-year anniversary playthrough for Tomb Raider 2013. Also recommend checking out Brawler. Brawler has recently been finishing with Detroit Become Human and is currently playing some 7 Days to Die with a friend on stream as well. And also check out Ronnie. Ronnie has been playing the Assassin's Creed Chronicles games actually. Played for the first time through China, India, and now also Russia. So if you want to catch the rest of that, and also other narratively driven games like Rockstar games, like Red Dead 2 or Grand Theft Auto 5, then definitely go ahead and check out Ronnie as well. And that's no worries, Rod. Always happy to give you a shout out. And hey Velitis, welcome in. Thanks for joining. And no worries, thank you for being here too. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think today we're gonna go and raid out to Kes. He's actually playing some Diablo 4, talking about that game earlier with Harbinger. I guess he also joined the open beta. He's actually a big fan of the Diablo games, so yeah. Let's have a look how he's enjoying that game so far. I think he's just getting started and still listening to some music and stuff, but he should be getting into the game very soon here. Thanks, Lightus. appreciate the lurk. And yeah, I've been doing very well. Thanks for asking. Definitely had a good time with more EC3 today. Always good to be back on the hunt for Chardsley, that's for sure. But yeah, if you want to come along with a raid, as always, you can utilize these raid emotes here. And yeah, then I will be back tomorrow with the co-op and multiplayer stream. So until then, I hope you all have a great rest of the day and a good start into the weekend. And I will see you all very soon again over here. Take care.